right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, good morning.
Hump Day.
Yes, indeed. Happy Hump Day, everybody.
What is happening?
Andy, good to see you again.
Hello, Brandon. Welcome home. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How was vacation?
Great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We give it a 10 out of 10. No complaints.
I got
Yeah, there's always a gripe or
Have
two.
you, let me ask you sincerely, have
Yes.
you ever been on any vacation? And it doesn't have to be major. It doesn't have to have ruined everything. But have you ever been on a vacation where you didn't have a complaint?
Probably not.
Right?
There's got to be something in there. Even when we went to Hawaii, it was a great trip, but the flight out was a disaster. Right? We couldn't check in till 4. We got there, the rental car took forever. Yeah, there's something. Everywhere you go, there's one or two things.
My oldest, in a lot of ways, is basically her mom, but like a whiter version. But there's a lot of other things that remind me of me.
Right.
And one of those things is complaining. And when we got to San Diego day one, she goes, "Dad, my goal the whole vacation, I'm not going to complain once.
Not going to gripe at all."
And maybe 3 hours in, she filed a complaint, and I said, "I thought you weren't complaining." She goes, "Okay, I'll start again."
Can I turn this ticket into the counter, please? What was the complaint? Was it actually a worthy complaint?
No, it was
something nonsense. This toast wasn't cooked long enough. What? We're already complaining about that?
It was something hilarious,
Come on.
and I think by the 5th day, so we're getting to the tail end of the vacation, she was complaining about heat.
Yeah.
And I go, "I thought your goal was to not complain on this trip. You've complained quite a bit." She goes, "Dad, I gave up on that after the second day."
If you can't complain on vacation, you're not actually on vacation.
Exactly. That's
Now,
what I
what
thought.
heat are we complaining about? How hot was it?
Okay. We can get into I have like a lot of loves.
Sure.
And I have some negatives of San Diego, California.
First timer?
First time to
Cherry
San Diego.
popper to San Diego?
I'd never been to San Diego. I've been to L.A. a million times.
Right.
I can define something in L.A. that I think is like, I'm stamping it. There's nothing that's going to change my mind. When San Diego gets heat, I want to give our sales manager, Sam Tung, a lot of credit for this, the Tunger.
Okay.
He told me before I left, San Diego is interesting. When you're in like an Uber in San Diego, if it's below 70, they will wear sweatshirts. And they'll say, it's a little chilly
out today, yeah.
If it's above
68 degrees and you're totally fine.
79, they are in shorts, T-shirts, and they're like complaining about how hot it is. They have an absolute sweet spot that exists between 70 and 78. And if it's not in that,
they're not happy.
They're miserable down there.
Too hot or too cold.
Now, I don't know if that's true for everybody, but I would say my observations were this seemed to be pretty accurate. He texted me. I didn't text him back. I felt bad.
Right.
My daughter is kind of the same. She has a sweet spot temperature-wise,
right,
and she fit in just
perfectly.
Yeah.
82 degrees, like this is egregious weather right now.
The 82 in San Diego, with the way the sun hits you, is basically R93.
Feels hot as balls.
It feels hot as bees as you're that close to Tijuana. And so it's like that sun will hit you if you're not careful.
Border's right there, buddy.
And our last full day in San Diego, we went on a bunch of hikes. And
it's a physically active day in hot weather.
My wife found some really cool hiking trails, so we hit a couple spots before we left. And I knew it was going to be hot. I'm fine sweating and whatnot, but yeah, she was just like, it's so hot. I was like, you gotta fight through it.
It is funny when you learn. Anytime you're in, I remember that when it was the Oregon-Wisconsin Rose Bowl, whatever year that was, 2019, 2020. And we were down there, and you learn how soft people in Southern California are with just the slightest dip in temperature.
Yeah.
Because we were leaving for the game, and I want to say it was something like 62 degrees, which for me, that's shorts and a T-shirt. Like, that's warm enough to keep me, I'm okay. Like, and I maybe pack a little
maybe
quarter
a
zip
jacket
if you need it. Put it in the backpack just in case you get a little chilly, but it's shorts and a T-shirt. And I remember getting in the Uber to go do the pregame show, and the driver looking at me like I was an alien from outer space. He was in like long pants and a sweatshirt. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? I'm like, it's going to be mid-60s in a couple of hours. That's warm enough for shorts and a T-shirt, you candy ass.
Yeah, no, it's a real thing down there. And like even on
I will admit though, I am a little bit that way too. Like I don't complain about it being too cold, but I think I am to the age now where over 80 for an extended period of time, baking in the sun is too hot for me.
Well, my wife is on vacation. My wife is very go, go, go. Like,
yeah.
And I'm kind of the same way. Like we don't want to waste our time sitting on our Airbnb for 3 hours or just, like
scrolling your phone, watching something on TV.
Like relaxing is fine. Like I'm okay with that, but like I'm also like not in the I want to sit by the pool for 3 hours guy. Like the kiddos want to swim eventually, you let them.
Sure.
Whatever. I even had one of our days where we went to our last couple days we stayed at Mission Beach, which was highly suggested by one Isaac Robb.
Okay.
And I got thoughts on that place. And we stayed and we were by this bay area, so it's enclosed from the ocean, but the water's a little chilly, whatever. Yeah. Kids are swimming. I was out in the sun. I got burned on my back a little bit. My forehead's red. My nose got burned again.
You got the lobster thing going on.
Yeah. So we were out there for maybe 2 hours, and I got back, and like it wiped me out. I passed out sitting on the couch. My mom was like, "Are you high?" And I'm like, "No, I just can't be in the sun for more than 2 hours like that."
What are we talking? 85 degrees, 83 degrees?
No, it was 81.
81. Okay,
it was
low
81.
80s.
I couldn't believe how I don't know.
And that cooked you still. Even a couple hours, you're like, all right,
their sun just hits you harder. I don't know how to explain it. The UV, maybe? I don't know.
It's different the further south you go.
It took me out.
I do know that feeling, though. You're out in the sun for a while, and you're just like, man, I am completely, my battery's gone.
It drained my battery.
I need an hour recharge. I need to go plug myself in on the couch and lay down with a water or a cocktail, and then I'll be good to go. Give me 60 minutes.
So went to Anaheim, did the Disney thing for the one day, right?
Yeah. How did Disney go? Good?
Disney was great. In fact, I came up with a brilliant idea.
Okay.
Now, a friend of mine, some would say, did this, and it ended up making it. And I enjoy Disney, like when you're there, you're in it. You see the happiness in the kids. It's impossible to be miserable. We walked 10 miles. That was the miserable part.
Yeah, you're just moving constantly.
Well, everybody we were with, all we wanted to do was the best rides. Nobody wanted to go, let's go to Peter Pan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're like, Space Mountain is the complete opposite side of the park.
You got to think more strategically as your stops along the way.
We didn't do that.
Cut down your miles a little bit.
Star Wars line's low. The Splash Mountain ride, which we rode like 3 times, that's open again.
Yeah.
So it's like constantly moving back and forth. If you go with Teddy Ballgame and Future Wyatt, and you're going to.
Over my dead body.
I'm going to tell you, I think you'll actually be okay doing it, even if you're not a fan of the price points and doing the whole theme park thing.
Sure.
You take 2 gummies with you, sir, and your entire day will be amazing.
You feel delightful. The little mushrooms on the houses look more realistic. They start dancing at you. You're high-fiving Mickey. There's Goofy. Hey!
Exactly. It's impossible for you to not
have a bad
be happy.
day.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see the argument there.
That's the out I would give you. I was thinking about that because a friend of mine, partook, and I was like, hey, dude, that's a good idea.
When in Rome, I might as well.
And, I was jealous about this friend that did that, And I was like, that's the way that you execute it.
I feel like doing it for I could handle the one, like the pop in, pop out. I could handle that for a day. And a lengthy vacation, the pop in, pop out, it's chaotic, it's busy. My main Disney stance is like, I'm not doing a Disney vacation. That's fair. If it's tied into another vacation, we're down in Southern California and we're popping in, I'm okay with that. I'll sign off on that. But like staying at a Disney resort for 5 days and doing it for a week, by God, no. I'm not bankrupting my family.
I would guess that when you go, Teddy Ballgame's in that 8 to 11 range is my guess.
Yeah, ain't happening anytime soon, that's for damn sure.
Right, because you want him to kind of remember it and be able to go on all the rides.
Right.
Like my nephew is very terrified of big rides, and he went with us. It was his first time, and he was asking me about every ride. He's like, is it got a loop? And I was like telling him about every ride to prepare him, and he had a great time. If you go at that age, you have to do 2 because if you try to do it all in one,
can't do it.
Your legs will fall off. It will be like a 10-mile day.
Right.
That way you can slow play it, do 2, and then drive to San Diego for the rest of your trip.
Okay, now you're pushing it a little bit. I
got
one day.
Well,
one day.
2 days.
Leave a couple rides unroad. The imagination,
right?
If
you're going to do it,
let
it
linger in the back of your head.
If you're going to do it, you got to
Teddy can dream about that one. We'll do it next time.
Now, that being said, I was in Anaheim for a day and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Anaheim absolutely blows.
Yeah.
And let's just say this out loud. Southern California, I think, has great pockets. It ain't in Anaheim.
Nah, it's not a place to be.
Anaheim sucks. I hate Anaheim. I think it's terrible.
I have no experience in Anaheim. I've never been.
Well, don't go.
Well, actually, I've been to Disneyland. I went when I was a kid, so I've been in the area, but I don't remember much about the
There's
trip.
nothing else.
Nothing to do. That's all you got.
Disney is the economy.
Yeah.
Without Disneyland, nobody would go to Anaheim.
What about the Angels, man? They got Mike Trout.
We didn't go to an Angels game. We were going to, and I'm actually glad we didn't. We went to an In-N-Out, and it was right by the Angels Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Their parking lot was empty, and it was a game day.
Nobody was there.
Dude, it was an hour into the game.
Get in for $5.
Yeah. We could have got in that game for $8.
Yeah, it's that's a professional sports team that should not exist.
I totally agree.
There's
or
no
they should
need.
relocate.
Relocate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to take a team away. Move them to a city where people will care.
Yes.
The Padres are an hour away. The Dodgers are right. There's no need for another baseball team right there. It's ludicrous. Padres have a good following, a beautiful ballpark. Dodgers have a great historic ballpark with a huge following.
Yeah, exactly.
The Angels are lost in the shuffle.
They're absolutely relevant.
They've always been lost in the shuffle.
I don't know who's more relevant in LA, the Clippers or the Angels. I don't know who that is.
That's a great poll question to start the day. Who is the least relevant team of the LA Chargers? Because they have like 7 fans.
That's the NFL,
I know
though,
people
at
go,
least,
they watch, but there's no Chargers
you're
fans.
not
They
wrong.
don't exist.
You're not wrong.
The Anaheim Angels or the LA Clippers?
I think it's.
What's the least
I
relevant?
think it
franchise?
has to be the Clippers. At least the Angels delivered a title in 2002. I know that was a long time ago,
It was
but
a long time ago.
the
yeah.
Clippers have never been to a championship.
This is true.
Even the Chargers in their disappointing history, it's the NFL.
And it's Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Herbert.
Herbert,
It's got a little sex appeal to it.
McDaniel now.
Yeah, it's SoFi's a nice stadium.
Very true. Very true.
I think personally it's the Clippers. The only reason they're being talked about is because of this weird scandal that Kawhi Leonard got paid for, but somehow Steve Ballmer wasn't connected to in any way.
Sure.
Okay.
I love both controversies in LA right now. The Dodgers are about to be bankrupt.
Well, we can. I actually think it's worthy talking about their owner.
And maybe you should stop complaining about the bullpen and start complaining about the owner rigging the books.
Bernie Madoff, line 2, anybody?
You're going to get locked up. Get ready to learn prison, buddy.
Well, he gave Trump a ring,
That's
so
true.
he's definitely going to get pardoned.
There's a pardon coming in this direction, but you got to lose that baseball team, man. That
He's
baseball team going
probably going to
bye-bye.
lose that baseball team.
Have fun with that in the next 5 years.
But I think if I was to vote, the Angels feel more irrelevant right now, but I think in overall,
Clippers.
they at least represent a decent section of L.A.
Yeah, Anaheim's its own
not
little
small.
area. Right.
What do the Clippers represent?
Nothing.
In fact, my thought in San Diego was, how is there not an NFL team still here?
Yeah, it's
how was that
ridiculous.
ever allowed?
Talk about a great fan base that always supported their team.
I saw Chargers gear in San Diego. People
That's a
still
tough
rep
one,
it a
man.
little bit. It's obviously a Padres city.
Right.
And the Clippers should be in San Diego as well.
Yeah, I don't disagree
I saw
with that
their
take.
arena yesterday.
I don't disagree with that take at all. Move them to
So-
San Diego, and the Chargers should for sure still be there.
Yeah, they should have never left San Diego.
Ridiculous that they're in Los Angeles.
But Anaheim absolutely blows. Now, the Padres Stadium,
yeah, Petco. What's the review of Petco?
first of all, those Odyssey seats.
Pretty good. You got hooked up. They delivered.
I was 8 rows from third base.
Round of applause to Odyssey San
hey, how about
Diego.
that? They
Thank
delivered.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Scott Roddy coming
Attaboy,
in.
Roddy.
We
Yes.
were a little concerned at first, but he was able to step up to the plate.
I did look up at the suite and wonder, which one should I have been in? Because I was told I could get a... Oh,
Which
it's
one?
probably
Yeah.
that one.
Where's
I did
the
have that,
clients?
but the
Yeah.
seats were great.
No,
we were behind the net.
You look like it was party time.
No, it was great. It was a good time. The stadium is unreal. My wife asked which stadium I thought was better between Safeco and Petco.
Okay, Seattle, San Diego.
How do you differentiate?
I know it's tough. They're different.
They're both awesome,
they're
but
both
they're
great.
both good in different ways.
How's
you
the
know?
district around the ballpark? Solid? A lot of stuff
It's
to
great.
do?
It's
yeah.
great. It's there's absolutely there's a road you never want to go down after a game.
Okay, don't go that way.
I mean, I was in downtown San Diego a little bit.
Got some White Walkers down that way?
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it's a decent stretch of just like, would not want to stay down this road. I think it's 16th is the street.
Okay, stay off of 16.
Don't go to 16th after the game.
Right.
But it's great, dude. It's a good atmosphere. Gary Sanchez was pitching for the Brewers because they were getting their asses whooped and they didn't want to use a reliever.
Oh, they put in a positional player to pitch? You saw a blowout to that magnitude? I forgot to look at the score. I know you sent the picture. I forgot to look
It was
at the score.
11-2.
Okay, they got smoked.
And they just multiple home runs. We got a grand salami
Dude,
in there.
That's That's what you want. You want some dingers, lights go down, fireworks.
Went yard.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to be immersed in the. Whenever you, I had this when I went to the Braves game. They were playing the Marlins. You just end up rooting for the team. Like I have no interest in either team. I'm not rooting for or against. You end up rooting for the team that you're there. Like in that ballpark, you kind of doing the tomahawk chop. You get into it when you're in the ballpark of the team.
Yeah, it was good. I ended up buying a hat, but it's not like super evident it's a Padres hat.
Okay.
I wanted to like kind of fit in, buy something to say I was
incognito
there.
San Diego hat.
Well, I'll probably wear it eventually on the show, but it's it's an actual Padre swinging a bat.
That's pretty cool. The
they
old
called
Friar?
it the swinging Friar. Yeah, it's a swinging Friar hat.
That's a good looking logo.
There's no SD on it. It's just the Padre, and that's it.
You
I'm
just
like,
tell
that's
people
perfect.
you're super religious.
Well,
this is my guy.
I could say that.
This is Jesus right here, dude. You telling me Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
Yeah, exactly. He's
Jesus
going
Christ
yard.
hitting a curveball right here.
But Padre game was great. Now, here's what I loved about San Diego, okay? Obviously, weather.
The tacos. Did you eat a lot of tacos?
I hate to tell you this,
I hear they got good tacos.
I went to the recommended restaurant that listeners and coworkers suggested.
You got to go get their tacos.
The taco stand.
Go get the tacos.
I ordered the Cali burrito. Phenomenal.
Okay.
Phenomenal. Tacos, I didn't eat a single one.
Not a single taco.
The only taco I ate was in downtown Disney. It was terrible.
That's a little controversial in
I
San
was
Diego, I feel like.
super upset with myself.
Now, what are the San Diego tacos? Are they known for fish tacos?
It's more seafood based.
Okay, that's what I assume, so
But they
maybe that's
have
not your cup of tea.
Steak and, all those.
Yeah.
Here's my other problem. I'm having a real difficult time in Oregon, California, it doesn't matter, buying $4 plus street taco.
That's tough, yeah.
When did that become a thing?
Hello, America.
I know, but the street tacos should never be surpassing $3.
It's legitimately 3 bites and it's gone.
So I'm not spending $5 to eat a taco.
How many tacos too does it take to fill your hole?
Street tacos,
at
four
at the minimum,
and,
right? Probably aggressively 5.
Yeah, so I was a little disappointed in myself that I didn't do it. But the weather's good, the beaches obviously, the hiking trails. I love the freeways. Even when there was traffic, you're at least going 20 miles an hour. Yeah. You're not stopping and sitting.
19 lanes along the freeway.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
The Cali burrito, different pockets of the city, North Park, Mission Beach, Mission Valley, La Jolla, and Torrey. Little Italy was cool. We couldn't actually eat there because we made the mistake of going on a Friday night, literally at 8 o'clock.
Didn't have a reservation?
Oh, no. You can't get there.
You can't even get in.
You cannot. You can drive kind of past it.
Yeah,
but you're not eating.
See it out your window in the car, Big Ben Parliament, then keep going.
We made the grave mistake of not taking into account the day and the time.
Yeah, Friday night.
And so that was a big mistake. But what I would say is what leads to saying it sucks and you can't get there is the parking. This is a negative. San Diego does not have parking.
So you can't stop anywhere, park anywhere?
Good luck.
Nowhere to go.
There's no parking, and their parking spots barely fit a Corolla. And I was driving a minivan. So you can imagine how that went for about a week. It was terrible.
Got to park this bus, man. I got enough space over here.
I cannot believe how little San Diego actually cares about people parking. Is
that an argument of they just want people doing public transit and biking and walking? Is that the point, or do they just not plan that out properly?
It feels like a Portland highway thing. Like nobody's gonna need to park in this city, and they did that 100 years ago, and they've never updated,
never revised.
I don't know what it is with that city, but they just decided nobody wants to park, and I'm talking everywhere you go. Single pocket.
Interesting.
It was absolutely dreadful.
Got to revise your parking map, San Diego.
Cali drivers obviously continue to suck.
Yeah.
And it's mainly I got cut off 3 times, aggressively passed, just for them to turn right 10 feet later. And I'm like, why did you need to?
Why was that necessary? You were right.
I wasn't signaling. I'm not turning into the...
I was right here.
What are you doing here?
You saved yourself 4 seconds?
I
Congratulations.
don't know. And
that's a whole different world down there, driving.
I love the drive. I love freeway driving.
Once you get on the freeway, you're fine.
It's good. Let's all go 80. I'm all in on that.
Yeah, everybody drives faster.
It's the residential driving that's it's a little too...
Oh, there's my turn.
I'm going to cut you off, and now I'm going to turn.
Exactly.
San Diego Zoo was great. We only did it for about a half day.
Mm-hmm.
Love seeing a lot of animals that we have never and probably will never have in our zoo.
Right.
A little too big.
Ooh, too big of a zoo.
That's too big.
Too long to get through all of it?
We didn't get through all
You
of it.
couldn't even do it, yeah.
I mean, it was 83 degrees.
It's hot. Yeah, you walk for like 3 hours, 4
We didn't
hours.
pack lunch,
You're
you know.
like, all
It was
right, I'm
just
done.
like, do we need to see the elephants?
Let's go eat in the cafe. We got elephants at our zoo, dude. We
It's
don't
kinda
need
what yeah.
What's the difference? San Diego elephants, Portland elephants, they're all the same.
Yeah, I just kind of was like, it's great to see a lot of these animals. We don't have these, but
Right. Climate's different. They can handle it a little
Dear
bit better.
God, dude.
Yeah, that's too much.
dear God, it's
I'm
like a
tired.
massive airport. You got to take this tram to that section.
Oh, it's too
this
big.
animal's in the opposites. It was like Disneyland 2.0,
You
but with animals.
Need a 2-day pass just to get through the San Diego Zoo.
Yeah, we didn't have that. We had a one-day pass.
One-day
so,
pass,
Get
that's
as much done as you possibly can. But it was great. It was nice to be away. And,
Well, welcome back, buddy. Glad it was a good vacation.
I unplugged. I have no idea what's been happening. Anybody get fired?
No, not to my knowledge.
No,
I think
nothing
everybody's still employed.
significant.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think- yeah. You missed
Yeah.
preseason football. That was a thing.
I actually watched a little bit of it.
Yeah, I
It
did
was on
too.
every bar.
Everywhere you go in, it's on TV. It's
I
like,
couldn't
I'm not
tell what
missing
was
this.
live and what was a replay. I was like, oh, the Rams and the Chiefs are playing. I got home and it was like, that was yesterday.
Oh, okay. You got to see Ty Thompson shred it, the next Tom Brady, baby.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Who'd he play?
Here we go.
What? Is that third string?
He played an NFL team is what he
Oh,
played.
Ty Thompson,
And he
okay.
dominated them, okay?
Okay.
Ty Thompson, that's Ty Simpson to you, okay? Get ready to learn franchise quarterback, buddy.
The guy they didn't want to pick, but they picked and then told us they wanted to pick him. Yeah, okay.
He's going to dominate the NFC West for the next
God, I
15
can't wait for
years.
Stafford to leave. Good luck with that one. All right, we got a lot to get to today. Ken Barkley is going to make his illustrious return.
What?
Yeah.
That Ken Barkley?
Yes.
The Ken Barkley?
The Ken Barkley will
You
be
know
on
what I
at
like?
9
Mike?
a.m.
You know what I don't like? Joke.
What was that?
I think we just played that at the same time.
Double
Literally.
dipped the chip?
What's the play?
It's like 5 cuts and you double dipped that
What are the
chip.
chances we do it simultaneously, too? That was almost synchronized. Like, that was synchronized diving right
That's
there.
us. I mean, we've been co-hosting together all week, so we're
We're
just
cycling the same.
It's so good.
Being
So
off a
good.
week is weird.
It's very weird, yeah.
It's a very bizarre feeling going home yesterday, and I'm like,
yeah.
7 days.
Yeah.
What a journey.
Throws you off a little bit.
Being off 2.5 weeks was.
Yeah.
I was like, what am I doing? Why am I going back? It's like, oh, that's right.
I had that, but I didn't have that.
money.
I can't live this life all the time.
Yeah, see, I get it in Italy. I like San Diego a lot. I definitely would go back, but I did miss my home.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm a weird person on vacation where you're so eager for it, and then like usually about 4 days in, I'm kind of like, all right.
We did laundry.
Like, all right. Yeah, if,
We went
if you're
through
doing
clothes,
laundry
we're
on
doing
vacation,
laundry.
yeah,
Coin-operated laundry we did.
I'm ready to get back in my bed.
We just handed it to our porter.
After
on
about
the
4
ship.
days, like,
Oh.
okay, I'm ready to go.
I don't have time.
Yeah.
We need to have conversations. Hotels need to up their sheet and blanket games because hotels and Airbnbs are playing the same game.
Yes, they are.
Awful beds.
Yeah.
Awful.
I had
awful.
this same rant coming back from vacation last week.
Terrible.
That I think Airbnbs need to disclose the firmness or softness of their beds
Yeah.
when you rent to play. I want to know what kind of bed I'm getting.
Our AC crapped out
Oh, God.
the first day at our Airbnb in San Diego.
It's going to be hot.
It
Open that
was
windows at nighttime.
muggy. It was so damn muggy.
Air that bitch out.
All right, we got a lot to get to today. I have one thing I missed while I was out. I'd like to talk about it. I don't want to step over toes. I know you guys probably got to it, but it matters a great deal to me, and I'll tell you what that is. We'll do it next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Great spot for any occasion. Don't forget you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, Oregon Ducks led the way for Big Ten teams. 4 players named to the preseason AP All-American College Football Team. Quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Amore Washington, and transfer safety Coy Parrish all make the first team. Cornerback Brandon Finney Jr. goes to the second team. Dante Moore also one of the 49 players named to the Walter Camp Player of the Year watch list. The Mariners tied the all-time Major League record for the worst shutout loss. They fall to the Brewers 22-0. 22-0. Seattle starts the day 3 games out of the wild card, 4 games out in the AL West. Game 2 at Milwaukee, 4:40. Tonight is the home MLS debut for new Timbers manager Martí Cifuentes. Timbers welcome San Diego FC to Providence Park. 7:30 kick. We'll have coverage here on the Fan at 6:30 following primetime. Timbers are a -105 favorite on the money line. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the only Fan IPA available for a limited time. Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location. Ask them about the only Fan so good only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off. We have a lot in the cafe to get to today. I'd love to know how your specials went.
Got to turn my mic on there. I hated the special. The special's just too much pressure. I can't. That was the part of the cafe that I'm out
to
on.
criticize the specials, we don't want to give them out. Huh? Is that how that goes?
I'm taking shots, but I'm not going to be the one that's offering up the deals.
I have a phenomenal special today.
Okay, you got a good one?
Yeah, I think
one of the days,
really
for example, I went with cold pizza.
Yeah,
because I love cold pizza for breakfast.
Swigart
offered nothing over there.
Hey, I gave you the Cajun Benedict yesterday.
Yeah, finally, last day, gave me a Cajun Benedict.
I'll tell you, if I walked into a breakfast restaurant and cold pizza was the menu special, I'd be curious enough to ask about it, and then if it sounded good enough, I might actually do it.
That's what I thought.
Now,
if I offered you a piece of cold pizza, would you eat it?
I would.
Right? You would?
I love cold pizza.
Who doesn't love cold pizza for breakfast?
I know.
It's the breakfast of champions.
Something that happened, I think, in the middle of my vacation. I don't remember the day, but something that I was alerted to And it actually impacted me as a sports fan. Not many things get me emotionally charged or make me feel any certain way, right? We talk about sports every day. We watch a lot of sports.
Mm-hmm.
As I've gotten older, and I've felt this way for about a decade, I've started to appreciate players and athletes far more than when I was younger. And I'd be like, is Shaq really that good? He's just big. It's like, dumb take.
Sure.
Dumb 15-year-old Brandon Sprague take. One of the things that happened while I was out, and I was really sad that I couldn't talk about it, I said, the hell with that. I'm going to talk about it. I was actually legitimately bummed that Russell Westbrook retired.
Yeah, we did a whole segment on that.
And I'm not surprised that he did. Only 2 teams wanted him, the Kings and the Wizards, so I don't blame him for not wanting to, play in Sacramento for another season. And
2 teams that will probably... Wizards might be...
come on. They're not going to be good.
Probably not going to be very good.
And it bummed me out because I have long... I watched him at UCLA in person when they came to Oregon State. From that moment until the very end, I'm not going to claim that I watched a lot of Sacramento Kings games last year.
Sure.
But basically, from that moment to the very end, I'm a big Russell Westbrook fan. And I've gotten into this with Danny before because he tells me all the negatives of Russell Westbrook, and sure, you can tell me the negatives of every player.
Yeah, everybody's got a negative.
Damian Lillard's defense is...
horrible.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment to defensive effort.
Yes.
Largely his whole career.
But he's an all-time great scorer.
But he's an all-time great.
Yeah.
Just because you have a weakness doesn't mean your entire game is a weakness. And I know all the flaws and the faults of a Russell Westbrook. I'm well aware of it. But you cannot, in good conscience, look me in the eye and tell me you're a big Michael Jordan fan, but you don't like Russell Westbrook. Those don't make sense to me. Because what you love about Michael Jordan, aside from the 6 rings, is what? The killer instinct. The effort. The quotes of the janitor sitting in the top row of the game, and it might be his only game he can afford, so I'm going to play hard. Russell Westbrook literally checked all of those boxes.
He was the epitome of that in the modern NBA.
Every single one. And so Russell Westbrook retiring, and then Kevin Durant sent out a big, long Instagram message. And
that was really cool. That happened. We did the segment, and then the Durant thing happened afterwards, so we never really talked about that part of it, but that was really special to read.
I was in Disneyland, and I read that in line waiting for a ride, and I'm not trying to exaggerate. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Am I getting dusty here?
Right.
And I know they didn't win, and he left and all that, but, I just love eras of sports that we're living in where we're seeing these all-time great athletes. And there's a blurb from an article written about Westbrook that I read from Tyler Parker. He writes for The Ringer. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I've read something that sums me up more to a T of how I feel about an athlete than this. The sheer volume of Westbrook's numbers cannot tell his whole story. His detractors, weak people with fear in their hearts, are quick to point out that he was inefficient, volatile, that he cared about the triple-doubles too much, that he hunted rebounds when he should have been contesting shots, that he could gamble too much on defense and shoot too much on offense. And it was not as if we Westbrook fans thought otherwise. It was true. He could drive you nuts, and sometimes you left possessions exasperated, wondering what on earth he could have been thinking. But sports are not only about high levels of efficiency. How boring would basketball be if that were all that mattered? Sports are also about watching people do wild things you could never dream of accomplishing with your body, and reveling in what physical wonders humans are capable of. One of the reasons we watch sports is to see human beings meet the moment and succeed in the face of adversity. Another reason we watch sports is to watch somebody do something you thought was impossible, to see somebody make a play, and to think to yourself, I did not know we could do that.
Yeah.
That is my impression of somebody coming out of a 50-year coma and watching Russell Westbrook play basketball for the first time. And he's 100% right.
Yeah.
Even in the midst of the Blazer-Thunder, not rivalry, but the back and forth, and then the playoff series itself, I never actually hated him.
No.
Now,
you rooted against him when your team played him, and
exactly.
You obviously wanted Dame to outperform him. But yeah, I'm with you.
I could never actually fully bring myself. In fact, what I would say is when Dame and the Blazers ended up beating them on that walk-off shot, which I was at, and it was a remarkable play, I found him impossible to root against. I loved the baby cradle thing, but also what made it great was being in the Blazer crosshairs dirt, having a guy like Dame, and what I loved about that series was his, I'm going to come back at you now. And it felt like a kid in a movie hitting a bully in the face.
Yeah.
Because Russ was absolutely a bully. And how many times has a Blazer ever existed that's been a bully back.
Right.
And in that series, it brought it out of Dame. He did the fly.
He was the better player, and he hit the biggest shot. And
yeah, he ended the series with a shot. But I still loved Russell Westbrook, and I still will always appreciate what Russell Westbrook was. It was A-plus effort every single night. And it's not even a conversation. He got criticized for not being a traditional point guard. Dude, he's got 10,000 plus assists and 20,000 plus points.
Yeah, he's one of 3 players all time with 20,000, 7,000, and 7,000. It's LeBron, Russell Westbrook, and Oscar.
I'm sorry he didn't look like Jason Kidd or John Stockton playing the position. I'm sorry he didn't shoot like Steph Curry. That's not what sports is all about. So I was really sad, and I was bummed. And I've, long defended Russell Westbrook. I still think if they don't make the Harden trade or force Harden out, we might be having a different conversation of legacy.
Yeah.
But his legacy is well intact. He's one of the greatest to do it, and he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and it's a hell of a career. And I know that's a random segment to throw at you on a Wednesday, almost a week later. But it was just he's an athlete to me that's important enough for me to want to bring it back and talk about.
It's funny because I feel like he's almost the epitome of the modern athlete, where he did things, statistically speaking, that we thought were unthinkable, and he flew in the face of one of the biggest criticisms of the league, yet we still found a way to hate him to a certain extent. Like, one of the biggest criticisms that exists in the NBA, and a lot of it is completely valid, is the idea that guys are softer now and they don't play as many nights, and you could buy a ticket to go see the Spurs when they come to town, and Wemby's not going to play in Portland because he doesn't want to play in Portland. And that sucks for the customer who's buying that ticket. Russell Westbrook flew in the face of that his entire career. He was the anti-that. The thing that we hate most about the NBA, he was the anti-that, yet we still put him down. I brought it up when we did the segment. It is hilarious to me to think we went forever thinking about and talking about the NBA, believing that the triple-double was probably impossible, to average it for an entire season. Oscar did it, and it's funny to think back of, he did it in 1961. It went from 1961 until Russ did it, whatever it was, 2017 I think was the first year he did it. That was the gap of how long we went without a guy averaging a triple-double. It was impossible to do. And then he did it, and what did we do?
We crapped all over.
He's just
stat chasing.
Stat chasing.
He's stat chasing.
As if no other player in the history of the NBA had ever chased stats at any point in their career on losing basketball teams without a chance to win a championship. But because it was a guy who was slightly controversial, we just found a way to dump all over it. And then he did it again, and then he did it again, and yet we still found a way to poo-poo it. The biggest question that I had in the segment that I did last week when he retired, because I didn't know that was on the radar. I just assumed he was going to play again. I didn't know he was thinking about it.
It might happen.
Yeah, I figured somebody would take a flyer on him, but I don't blame him for not wanting to play in Washington or Sacramento. It reminded me of the what if of the Durant decision, and how different. You go back to that moment and you play out the scenario where Kevin Durant decides we were in the Western Conference Finals, we had a 3-1 lead. I'm not leaving this. I love OKC. I just won an MVP. We're staying here. And just how many legacies that changes. Durant's for staying loyal. He's not hated the way he is. Him and Westbrook would have had a legitimate shot at winning a championship at some point. And if they have one together in OKC, how impactful is that for each of their legacies?
Yeah.
And then the ricochet effect of that is how many more titles does LeBron have? If Kevin Durant does, it was just fascinating to think back to that moment in time and how many different legacies and careers one decision from one player changed. And Russ was a huge part of that.
There's an image of Russ that people will use from time to time, and you probably know this one. It's when he got the dent in his head. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
So what people don't remember, and Tyler Parker wrote all of these great things. You got to go read this piece if you like Russell Westbrook, or at least appreciate an athlete like Russell Westbrook. So that happened from his own teammate at the end of a ball game. So he gets this big dent in his head. He had to miss one game. He got surgery to fix the dent. He missed one game.
One game back in the line.
Only one. He dented his head literally in. You can Google image this. He missed
insane.
One game. His first game back. Do you know what his stat line was?
What did he do?
First game back from getting a dent in his head. 49 points, 15 boards, 10 assists, 3 steals, 1 block.
Pretty good little stat line.
In a home win against Philly.
That's not a 7-foot Giannis doing that. That's what's Russ?
Dude, he's 6'3". Yeah. I've stood next to Russell Westbrook. He's legitimately 2 inches taller than me. And from UCLA until this dude was always trying to just jam the ball down your head.
Yeah, you're talking about literally one of the best athletes of all time.
Yes,
without question in the conversation is one of the best ever.
Not even a doubt. And I just think even though these guys don't win titles, because not all of them do, I just will never understand people that don't appreciate kind of like the special nature of athletes like this.
Right.
If Josh Allen never wins a Super Bowl,
I'm still going to appreciate his career.
we're going to do a segment about how awesome it was to watch Josh Allen play football.
It was
how
incredible.
different it was. How he started out not being able to throw the ball
from Wyoming,
and became one of the best guys to throw the football. Like,
multi-MVP.
It's okay to enjoy the journey of athletes who don't always get to the mountaintop, and you're so right about the Durant decision. If he doesn't go to Golden State,
how different is the legacy?
Well, you can't help but wonder. Yeah, they fell short. Yeah, Russ had his limits. How do they tweak the roster and make the changes to get the right guys around the two to get over the hump maybe?
Right.
And we'll never know that answer. And, it's a great career, 18 years, one of the few players to ever have the stats that you cited. But, I was really sad and bummed out because I have always loved to watch Russell Westbrook play basketball.
We're also to the age now where guys are retiring who we've seen their entire pro careers are like adult lives, and that's a weird feeling. He was one of those for me because I remember being.
He was in college when you were in college.
When I was in college, I remember going when he came to play at Mac Court. I remember being at that game, and then that was the other weird feeling for me of like these aren't old. Wait a minute, he's my age.
Why
man.
are these videos grainy?
Hey, what's going on here? This doesn't make any sense.
This isn't 4K.
I'm not that old.
Russell Westbrook, thank you very much for entertaining a guy in Portland, Oregon every single time he watched you play. It was great. And good luck to him in retirement. He's probably going to do some great things in his community. All right, we got a lot more to get into. 6:43. Back with more on The Fan. All right, we'll step into the cafe coming up at the top of the hour. Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Good special on the menu. A lot to get to in the world of sports from yesterday. We'll talk a little bit of fall camp stuff going on. I saw the AP poll was released while I was out. Nobody's giving you guys a chance. Only number 2.
Nobody's picking us number 1, man. I see you. I see you, AP poll. Keep doubting us, all right?
Very interesting takeaway of the preseason AP poll, aside from just the general outrage college football fans have about where their team is
how dare
picked.
You? Yeah.
There is something that I noticed, and I'm like, I don't think this makes any sense, and I want to talk about that. So we'll get some college football stuff coming up in hour 2.
Baker's stealing my shtick, too. He's saying everybody's doubting us this year, and people are like, you're the favorite in Vegas.
Baker Mayfield?
Everybody's doubting us this year. I see people picking us not to win the Super Bowl, but everybody's picking you to win the division.
Well, yeah, nobody's going to pick you to win the Super Bowl, dude. You guys play in the South. That division sucks.
You could win 9 games and win the division this year, buddy.
Let me tell you, I don't know if anything has made me turn a television off of football more than watching Tua attempt passes as a Falcon. Good God, that was ugly.
Who could have seen that coming? It's not like we only had 3 years of that the last 3 years in Miami.
Did you watch Hard Knocks yesterday?
I did not. I missed Hard Knocks yesterday.
Okay, well, I watched it. And
what's the review?
Well, I want to know, we're 3 episodes in here. The Seattle Seahawks being on Hard Knocks as Super Bowl champions, pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
We had a little bit of a back and forth debate before I left and you left of like Mike McDonald, and you're like, he's boring.
Both things can be true at the same time.
Thoughts on Mike McDonald?
He is way more captivating than I thought he would be, but he's still very boring. And that's a compliment.
Okay.
To a certain extent. Like there was the moment.
What's captivating about him? Like, why do you say captivating and you
because he's clearly a very bright guy. He clearly has his entire locker room seemingly eating out of the palm of his hand. They all love playing for him. You can respect the culture. Like, we played the clip on the show yesterday of the Richard Sherman clip talking about the Legion of Boom and the, what do they call their team now? The Mob, or I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, MOB.
MOB.
Yeah.
And just the differences there. And we joked about how Russell Wilson is a big part of why the culture in the locker room's a little bit different.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold seems to be a more beloved guy inside the locker room. But it just, I can respect somebody and look at that guy and say, I want to play for him. But also, there are times when he gives answers and I'm just like, that is hilarious. And there's not a lot of personality there. So I think both sides are true. But he has absolutely proven me. I thought he was going to be a snoozer the entire show.
I know. I was a little surprised that.
That's not the case.
Yeah.
It's certainly not the case.
I hear what you're saying at press conferences. It's not a lot of coaches do give you much in a press conference anyway.
No, he's not Dan Campbell.
No, who had to cut down his caffeine intake about half. So he's not having a gallon of caffeine a day. He said he's having a half gallon now.
Half gallon.
I thought that was really funny. You don't get that very much. But what I would say is the way that he kind of just looks like he's generally always thinking.
Yeah, like there's something,
he's processing
crossing
information
through his mind. He's thinking about something.
Yeah, right. Like you mentioned the Sherman clip that you played yesterday. And
his answer to that was hilarious. So how'd you do it? I don't know.
Well, it's like he doesn't want to acknowledge what Sherman's telling him of like, you guys just you won and you still want it.
We won the Super Bowl and that was not the case for us.
And I think he's a big rat poison guy. He doesn't want to talk about, he's always looking at the edge, right? And I don't know, there's something about him. I knew he was good, knew he was smart. He coached in Baltimore for God's sakes, but it's admissions during this show that I'm finding interesting. Like he had a thing yesterday where he was talking to the general team and he said, when I first started coaching, I was coaching not to lose, and I wasn't coaching to win. And he said there's a difference there.
Yeah.
I was coaching out of fear that I was going to be replaced because he has imposter syndrome.
Right.
He was coaching out of how do I avoid us not giving up the lead, and then we would give up the lead. And now he's sitting from a point of what's the game plan need to be to win the game?
Yeah.
Not hold on to the lead, but win the game. And I think that stuff, the players might not show it on their faces when they cut to them during these things, but those are absolutely relatable instances. Whether he was a player or not, he's a coordinator who literally coached for his livelihood. That's no different than any of those players.
I mean, it's much more difficult, I would argue, as somebody who didn't play at a high level to work your way up the ladder and to have that imposter syndrome of you're applying for jobs as a coordinator against somebody who was probably a 10-year vet in the NFL.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's just a different, right? And that doesn't matter that much at the end of the day, but I see why you would have that mentality as a coach.
And I think it's easy to watch these shows and you're getting edited versions of camp and Schneider being involved pretty heavily yesterday was interesting.
The Terry and Arnold signing happening while
Yeah.
the show's going on is putting a fascinating spin on everything.
Well, and his agent, she called Schneider to tell him, hey, he wants to play with you guys, and they basically got into how this is like a character rebuild. And then she also kind of like weirdly was like, he's hoping he plays a little bit. And I'm like, he's going to play a lot of it. He's Terry and Arnold.
Well, until he gets off the commissioner's list, he's
Well,
probably not going to play a ton. But yeah,
right.
at some point he will be an impactful guy for them.
Yeah.
Unless he goes to prison.
Well, there's that.
There are still charges pending on Terry.
Jay
and Arnold.
Harbaugh actually had a funny clip in this because he was talking about it. He goes, how come they released him? And Schneider's like, I mean, when you're in that position, you kind of don't have a choice. And he goes,
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that's true. The first team, like, we'd probably do the same thing here, but the second team always gets to be the one that gives them the chance, not the original team.
And then you're the redemption story. Then you're the pot. Like, if it ends up being he doesn't go to prison or the charges get dropped or dismissed or lowered, whatever the case may be, and he redeems his character, you end up being the landing spot that turned his career around.
I think what I'm saying is I knew how talented that team was. I didn't need the show, but I think it's making me pick them for the division.
It's the hard knock bump. Happens every year.
It's absolutely a
now
real
they're
thing.
different because usually it's not the defending champions, right? Usually it's like you watch a hard knock.
It's rare that
and
you
you're
get
like,
the champion.
I think these guys are going to be good, and then they
Right.
win 5 games because you just watch the highlights, the slow mos, the music.
Right.
It makes you fully buy in. Yeah, it hasn't changed my perception. I thought they were a great team, and I still think they're a great team.
Mm-hmm.
The first 2 episodes, though, I will say, in terms of like, and I was trying to rack my brain of years past, and it's like you always kind of forget. It has been one of the more compelling hard knocks that we've had. Probably since Dan Campbell.
Well, Darnold has really shown himself
Darnold's
to be
hilarious.
so damn likable.
Cooper Kupp has been super like you just get to learn about the guys, and that's the benefit of Hard Knocks, right? Especially if you're a fan of those teams. Campbell is hard to match just because of his energy and his personality. And at the time, we kind of laughed about him because he had it early in his tenure before we knew he was a good coach. And we're like, who's this meathead running the team? But they have certainly. It's been a compelling story. I totally spaced it. It was on last night, but I will watch at some point this week.
Football coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Loaded second hour. We'll talk some college football. We'll kick it off, though. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague, hour 2 on the Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online on reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, the preseason AP All-American teams announced on Tuesday. The Oregon Ducks led the Big Ten with 3 first-teamers: quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Amore Washington, and transfer safety Coy Parrish. Cornerback Brandon Finney Jr. also making the second team. Dante Moore also named to the preseason watch list for the Walter Camp Player of the Year award. Tonight will be the home MLS debut for new Timbers manager Martí Cifuentes. Timbers welcoming in San Diego FC to Providence Park. Kickoff at 7:30. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. Pregame at 6:30 following primetime. Timbers the favorite on the money line at -105. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and The Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. We got a status story today. Ken Barkley's going to join us 2 hours from right now. Everybody's favorite, Ken Barkley, back. He's got a betting guide coming out.
I want to know if there's a chapter in there about traps.
Traps?
Is there a trap chapter, and are we included in the trap chapter?
You know, I highly doubt it, but what I would say is, even though most people reading a Ken Barkley betting guide would be like, who the hell are Dirt and Sprague? Like,
these idiots.
They don't know who we are in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
It would be really funny to have a title or chapter section of your betting guide,
right.
The Trap Trap.
The Trap Trap.
Or the myth of the Trap Trap.
Be leery of the Trap Trap.
And then he craps all over the idea of the Trap Trap while explaining the origin story of the Trap Trap.
You got to avoid them, man. They're all over the place.
Look, we don't come up with genius very often. I think for him that was genius.
Is the trap a trap?
No.
Is there a trap that we don't see the trap coming?
We'll have to ask him at 9 a.m.
My favorite part about having him on is that he's got a lot of followers and people who love his content, rightfully so. He's great at what he does.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't do a lot of interviews. Like, he's incognito.
Since he left
he's done
the hosting gig.
I mean, maybe he's done one or two others around the country, but we're one of the regular stops for him now, and so we get all these Ken Barkley fans that, like, flock to the show for 20 minutes. Like, who are these idiots in Portland?
Well, we're
Why
idiots.
the hell is he on this show? It doesn't make any sense.
Because we have a lot of fun.
That's right. We love you, Ken.
So Ken Barkley will join us at 9 a.m. We'll get to some college football. Is there a battle going on that we need to pay attention to, or does the battle make us know we don't need to pay attention?
Ooh.
I think that's something interesting to talk about as well. And an observation from the AP poll that caught my attention. I'm sure it caught Dirt and everybody else's that loves college football is, boys, have you realized how close we are to week 0?
A week from Saturday. From Saturday, it begins.
Insane.
It is a week and a half, literally a week and a half away from actual football that counts being on your TV.
I will be wrapping up Hood to Coast and being in Seaside trying to catch college football action.
Is that still going on as planned?
What do you
With
mean?
the grasshopper fire, is that not affecting it?
You're going to have to catch me up on the fire.
I don't know.
I tried to tune out of Oregon-related stuff on
Once I got
vacation.
back from Sun River, I kind of stopped paying attention to it, too, to be honest with you.
Central Oregon fine. Santiam Pass, very clear. We avoided the grasshopper fire is up on the north. It's to the north side near like the Dalles.
Right.
And
Will that affect the Hood to Coast?
If it's not,
no.
If it's not near Timberline, then no.
Then no, right? Because that starts and you run down the mountain.
They did
Smoke
close.
might.
The smoke might, but they did close Timberline and Mount Hood Meadows last week.
Yeah.
That's devastating. Also, that was the underrated great thing of being in San Diego. zero fire smoke.
Yeah, it hasn't been bad. There's a day
Yesterday
or
it was
two where
pretty
you
gross looking flying in.
You pop out and then you don't really realize it. And you're like, oh, it's back.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I wonder how much you don't realize it until you go somewhere where there's none at all.
You're breathing it in every day and you don't quite comprehend because you're just used to it. It's like when your house stinks, you don't know your house stinks.
Exactly.
Because you're in the stink every day.
That's a
and
very
then you
good
invite
point.
a friend over and they're like, dude, get an air freshener in here, man.
Strong dislike, by the way, I forgot to add very quick. God, I don't know if I missed anything. Me and my family missed anything from Oregon more than drinking water.
Yeah.
L.A., San Diego, California drinking water is...
Not trusting it, not trusting the tap.
It's gross.
My wife doesn't trust the tap here.
I kind of don't blame people for not trusting tap anymore.
Yeah.
Our infrastructure's terrible in this country. We don't update anything. Every time you read something, it's something depressing. Oh, new chemical found in local tap water. You're like, okay, cool, that's awesome.
Makes it a pain in the ass because we don't have one of those fridges with the water thing. So
We got
then
the
you got
filter on the
You got to
fridge.
fill up the Brita every time, then it runs low, and then she's mad that it's running low, and it's a whole thing.
So many bottles of water on vacation, and all I'm doing is drinking water right now.
Yeah,
It's
just
amazing.
Chugging Oregon water, baby.
All right, what's the sci for? What's going on there? You all right?
Good.
Keeping the mic on,
Yeah.
audibly sighing.
Was that a yawn? Was
No,
that
it
a
was
sigh?
That was a sigh.
Sigh, okay.
Why? You hungry?
I am hungry.
You want to know what the special
I
is today?
want to know what the specials are. All I got's a damn protein bar in here. I'm hungry.
An open-faced breakfast sandwich. So one slice of toast, your pick of toast,
Yes.
butter,
Okay.
and then we've got a layer of crispy hash brown, and then you stack it how you want it. Do you want over easy eggs? You got it. Scrambled eggs with
There you
cheese?
go.
You got it. Your protein of choice: sausage, bacon,
Both.
chorizo.
Yeah.
Could make it a meat lovers.
Love a good meat lover.
It's an open-faced sandwich.
I mean, choosing your own adventure is always a good call.
Then what do I have? Do I get hollandaise? Do I have sausage gravy? What do I have?
It's a choose-your-own-adventure.
They're all
open-faced
right there.
sandwich. Do
Grab
you
the
want-
tub and fill it up.
Yeah, you want hollandaise? Pour that bitch on. I don't care. A lot to get to in the cafe. Let's open it up and start with, unfortunately, this one.
Then the sacrificial lamb. Yelich to center. Julio is there, and he makes the catch. And Julio threw the ball into the seats. That was the second out. And so the runners are going to advance 2 bases, which will score another run.
That was Rich Walls.
Rich Waltz. He was filling in.
Oh, Rich Waltz of Mariners Television.
Rick Riz is about to hang him up. He's
I know.
he's coming to an end here.
I don't watch Mariners games mainly because they're blacked out. I'm not paying for the
Mariner
subscription there.
package, yeah.
I had to do like a triple take to see that the score was true. 22-0 against the Milwaukee Brewers.
It was only like 1-0 through 4 innings.
It exploded from there.
And then they got 5. I think they got 5 in the 5th. I looked up and it was 6-0, and I was like, all right, I'm done with this. And then I looked back, it's like 22-0.
I did have a funny text from a cousin-in-law last night. That's how I was notified of this score, that said if they had the Dodger bullpen, it would have been 23-0. So it's a good thing they don't have the Dodger bullpen.
It's a good thing. That put Diaz back on the injured list.
That play right there, Julio caught a fly ball in the 8th with 1 out.
19-0 was the score at the time.
Yeah.
19-0. He throws the ball in the crowd. He thought the inning was over. It was not. 2 more runs scored. Brewers 22-0. It's tied for the biggest blowout win in a shutout since 1888.
For context on that, courtesy of the great John Sakanik, going back to 1888, the gunfight at the OK Corral, a.k.a. Tombstone, was 7 years before that in 1881.
I'm your Huckleberry.
That's what we're talking about here. Like that.
Jeez.
Look, you never want to overreact too much, but based on the season that they've had, that's one of those, like, I'm just fire everybody.
Do you want a fun stat?
I don't need coaches. I don't need managers.
Do the Mariners
I'm
have any
firing
fun stat?
everybody.
I do. I have a fun stat of
You
the
got a
Seattle
fun stat?
Mariners.
Yeah, they're only like 3
Who's
games
it
out of a
fun
playoff
for?
spot.
Well, I feel for Mariner fan, but also sometimes Mariner fan can make themselves a little loud for a team that's never been to a World Series.
Never done anything that mattered.
Well, they lost in ALCS last year. Here's a fun stat for you, Mariner fan. You may be quitting on the season, but the math of ESPN says maybe you shouldn't. According to ESPN's playoff predictor, the Mariners right now have the 3rd highest playoff chance percentage of making the final wild card.
The September schedule must be incredibly easy. 'Cause
They
other than that,
suck. Stop saying the schedule's easy. They're the easy team on the schedule.
I mean, at least the Brewers are good.
Yeah, they can't wait to play the Mets.
We'll see what that is after next week because they finish up with the Brewers, then they go home and they get the Cubs and Phillies at home.
I don't
in
get
their
that
next
at all.
homestand.
I would not gamble on that
I was
at all.
shocked. I had to do it. I triple
Based
take
on
on the score
what?
and triple take.
September.
I don't know.
They do have many games left with the A's. I think they have the Rockies, the Angels.
They are 8 games below 500. They
And they're
are
only
not
3 out of the wild card spot.
Yeah,
that's a whole other
Yeah,
conversation.
so it's
The
the third best
division leader
odds
is 500.
So the
Astros
playoff
are
predictor.
500.
to make the playoffs. That is, you said.
Well, it dipped before. Okay,
Yeah.
so to be fair, I
Yeah.
looked this up before the 22-0 final.
I would hope that put a dent.
So
in
let me
it.
change that now. I think it's
Right.
the 4th. They're
Okay.
tied for 4th. But yesterday, before that went final, they were tied for. They had the 3rd best to make the wild card. So the 2 AL East teams were above them.
Right, I'd put Boston ahead of them too because
Boston
Adley's
and New
raking
York.
right now since he got over there.
Exactly.
Tampa's in first place. Chicago's in first place. So I'm not putting them ahead of them.
Dude, they were above the Rangers before yesterday went final. Now they're below the Rangers.
Sure.
So they've fallen a little bit, but yeah.
I mean, that's just 22-0. Holy hell! Pack it up and go home.
High drive, way down the line. Is it going to be fair? It is. It's gone. And we are tied up. Adley with his first blast as a member of the Red Sox.
Yeah, how about that one, Dave O'Brien, Nesson, Red Sox TV, Adley Rutschman with his first home run as a Red Sox.
I mean, he is. Look, it hasn't been the greatest year for him. Obviously, getting it going a little bit. He got off to a rough start, just statistically speaking, coming over. But in the last couple of games, it feels like he's starting to rake a little bit. Hits his first bomb. We played a highlight of them too yesterday as well, where they had everybody in the lineup got a hit and got an RBI and didn't strike out, and they won in blowout fashion. Arizona's a whole other side story of what's going on down there with Ketel Marte. But man, I'm rooting for him to go on a heater in the playoffs. It's weird to root for the Red Sox because I've never had that feeling. But local guys will do it, and I have no other rooting interest in the American League. So let's go Red Sox this year.
John Shambi, Marquee Network, Cubs walk it off in the 9th. Pete Crow Armstrong, maybe the NL MVP.
Probably.
He is the NL MVP.
He should be.
Yeah.
I know Otani's getting a lot of love, but
Unless Otani comes back in September and pitches the final month and is lights out, it should be PCA.
His illegal contract should keep him from winning another MVP, but I digress.
talking about Otani.
Yeah.
We calling him PCA.
Is he going to get locked up by
Yeah.
the feds too in this whole deal?
Why are we calling him PCA?
That's what he goes by. I know.
Cubs call him that.
That's a Cub thing.
When did we become...
It's actually ironic
not a
that you
Cub
bring
problem.
that up.
When did we become such a boring-ass country?
We follow
Every
a guy.
name now is just initials.
we-
You see Ant's new shoe? What about SGA? What about Wemby? What about PCA?
well, not all of them are
At least-
initials. But some of them
whatever,
are.
dude. Like, come up with a
yeah.
GD nickname for this guy.
Come up with something from Little Big League, right? Isn't his mom the mom from Little Big League?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Isn't that the correct
Oh, it's
baseball
his
movie?
mom is that mom?
His mom was the actress in that movie.
Is
so there's
there a
gotta be-
baseball player with, like, the law firm as a nickname?
No, I don't
Pete Crow Armstrong sounds like a law firm.
He does a little bit sound like, yeah, it's funny. We follow a guy in Chicago who used to work in sports radio. He's a big White Sox fan, and he was tweeting about this yesterday. And he thinks there was a directive from the White Sox to not call him by his nickname. Because everybody in Chicago does call him PCA. Like, that's what he's known as. If you say PCA in the
So
streets,
boring.
people know what you're talking about. But the White Sox broadcast refused to call him that yesterday.
What are we doing here?
Thank you. Can we get real nicknames, please? Bring those back to sports.
Pete Crow Armstrong, very good baseball player.
Don't worry, people get on it. They'll let AI come up with it.
I'm really jealous of their Go Cubs Go song.
Oh, it's so.
It's such a good. I mean,
I'm
flying
jealous
the
of Wrigley.
W, Go
I mean,
Cubs
come on.
Go. I'm jealous.
I have a buddy. He's a neighbor of my brother-in-law. He's a Cubs fan. He flies the W.
Does he?
I think he
Yeah.
actively flies it after wins.
Yeah.
Like he raises it
wouldn't
after
you?
a dub.
He doesn't. It's like a yard flag.
The people in the
Ah,
Puts it in
outfield
and-
bleachers there bring the
Go
W flags
Cubs,
with them.
go. Hey Chicago.
By the
what
way,
do
I've been
you
off
say?
for a week. I'm a little rusty. Keep forgetting that.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
got to go
order
look
up.
at the film because I was playing, referee the whole time. And the one thing I have learned is I don't get in the fights. I stay back. But again, our football team needs this work. And overall, I was disappointed in the work today because I didn't think we got enough good work. I thought there were too many bodies on the ground, and it just felt sloppy to me.
Yeah, man, we were competing. We were competing the whole time. We were getting after it. I think that you felt the juice. I was going out there, talking crap to the guys, talking a bunch. We were out there competing every single down, and that's what we want. But we also have to manage the ebbs and flows of the game too, and that it felt that way. And I think we were able to really get some good work in.
Brian Schottenheimer of the Cowboys and Tyler Shuck of the Saints making an appearance on Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. 3 to 4 fights yesterday in an inter-squad camp.
A lot of brouhahas, helmets going flying. Love a good training camp fight.
Saints and Cowboys don't like each other much.
They do not. Do they play in the regular season? That's always the one thing when I see the fights, I wonder, will there be any lingering effect?
Oh, if they play again, there always will be.
Right, like when an offensive lineman or defensive lineman is almost guaranteed to get into it at some point, or a wide receiver DB. Let's see if they play each other this year. By the way, we did not talk about yesterday the Tyson injury. I totally missed that in the notes. He's going to be out for a couple of months.
Jordan Tyson,
yeah, with a hamstring injury, so that's going to impact them a little bit. They do not play each other.
They don't play each other?
That's a bummer. That would have been a fun regular season game.
Yeah, I still think Shuck's the best, second best quarterback in that division.
You're not going to get a strong argument against.
After the Tua tape, you can't make an argument, I think, in Atlanta. If Tua's beating out Penix, what's that say about Penix?
Well, Penix isn't healthy yet.
Yeah, okay.
He can do everything but take a hit. Okay. It will be okay.
Look, I want my guy Penix to succeed. But
Tua can do everything but take a hit, too.
Well, Yeah.
Cooper Rush going to be all right?
He can't catch a snap. So, that's a bit of an issue with old Tua.
Order up! People make a lot of assumptions, and that would be one that they're wrong on.
Is there a timeline for him to come back? When do you think he might be able to practice again?
I think if it wasn't Christian and we were in a game week, I think he would play today.
Is it related to the calf or Achilles?
No, just some tightness. I'll get sensitive, I say.
Kyle Shanahan. I got to be careful what I say here. Dude, I saw this and I laughed. So there's some reports that this is about a contract.
You just had two running backs get and reset the market and Gibbs and Robinson.
He says there's not. I don't know if that is entirely accurate. Also, it's Christian Mother Bleepin McCaffrey. Why does he need to practice every day?
Yeah, he's fine. We'll be all right.
I would load manage the living hell out of him in camp if I knew I was also going to give him 400 touches in a season.
I'd wrap him in bubble wrap and ship him to Australia right now.
Yes.
Go hang down there, mate. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll come down and play the Rams, and you can fly back with us. There's no need. I am going to chuckle because I do love when teams and franchises do this, like the fake news bit. I don't know where that information's coming from. I'm going to laugh my ass off if in a week he gets a restructured contract that makes him the highest paid running back and he's all of a sudden back at practice.
Order up!
So I think the Bengals have more stars.
No way you think the Bengals have a better roster than Buffalo.
Let's go through it, okay? Do they have somebody as good as Dexter Lawrence on the defensive side of the ball?
Buffalo?
Yeah.
Ed Oliver's probably not as good, but he's in the conversation.
Okay, do they have anybody as good as even T. Higgins? Is T. Higgins better than DJ Moore?
Correct.
Okay, so when I'm talking about stars, I'm talking about top heavy, and we may view this differently. My belief is top end talent wins in football, and then it's what you can get away with outside of it, right? What can you get away with? Because you have to rob, you just said it, you have to rob Peter to pay Paul on a bunch of stuff. Hey, we're not going to have the great offensive line, we're going to have the great skill guys, we're going to have the great quarterback, how to pay quarterback. You're going to get away with some stuff. I think the Bengals have premium talent at a higher clip than the Buffalo Bills do.
There's Kevin Clark on ESPN yesterday. I think this was a first take debate. I saw it in my Airbnb before we left town. Mm-hmm. I actually was glued to it. I thought it was an interesting conversation of whose roster is better on paper between Buffalo and Cincinnati.
That's two guys who I don't necessarily view as like hot take guys, and if they're debating football, I'm interested, right?
Guy.
Like I see what his argument is. I certainly do. If you go by the defensive line, if you go by the wide receivers, the quarterback is interchangeable, right? Like Burrow's got to show he can stay healthy. I would take Allen over him, but it's not like there's a wide gap.
If
between
he's healthy,
the two.
who's the better quarterback?
Right. 2 years ago, the last time he was fully healthy, you could argue Burrow was the best quarterback in the NFL. Ironically, I think that was the year Josh Allen won the MVP, but it was a debate about who should have won it. And they
who
all
would you pick? If I told you
I would
healthy,
take Josh Allen. I would just take,
You would.
I just would. I think the ability for him to run the ball and to be an impact guy in the red zone is a difference maker for me. Also, I like his ability to extend plays a little bit more than Joe Burrow. I can't agree with it because the most important things, or one of the most important things in football is the offensive line.
Yeah.
And Buffalo has a significantly better offensive line than Cincinnati. That was on display. We talked about this last week when you were out. The Bengals actually played a lot of their starters a good chunk of their preseason game. You know what happened on their opening drive? Joe Burrow took a sack in a preseason game against a backup defense, and their starting offensive line was playing, and it was like, okay, red flag. Now, look, it's one preseason game. They might figure it out, but what's been their issue the last couple of years?
Yeah.
They can't keep them upright, and so you can argue they're better at wide receiver. You can argue they're better on the D-line. You can argue maybe a player in the secondary is better. That's fine, but if their offensive line blows, they're going to blow again this year.
Yeah.
I thought CJ did really well today. Some really nice plays all day, really great decisions. Again, the same thing he's been doing all camp. So proud of just his competitive spirit as well. When he was out there, you start barking back and forth. Yeah, he's doing that, but he's still holding his composure and making plays as well. So I'm proud of the work that CJ did today.
There's D'Amico Ryans, proud of CJ Stroud, who's getting through camp yesterday.
Big year.
And their inter-squad scrimmage against the Las Vegas Raiders. Huge year for him, obviously, because there's a lot of financial details sitting right there to see if he's going to get the extension from the franchise.
He has not gotten it yet. I'm glad that Houston has not given it to him yet because he doesn't deserve it yet. The biggest and the I got to be fair on this, right? Like, I'm not a huge CJ Stroud guy. I think we've been blinded a little bit by having a really good defense and winning some playoff games, which certainly matters, but is not the end-all, be-all to me when I'm evaluating, do I pay this guy $50 million a year? To be fair, they've been decimated with injuries at wide receiver. Their offensive line has been a sieve because of injuries as well. And so if you get a year where they're healthy on the outside and the offensive line takes a step in the right direction, we'll get a fairer picture of what he is as a franchise quarterback. But certainly when you're power ranking quarterbacks with pressure this year, I don't know where he falls for everybody, but he's certainly in the top 3-ish of that category.
Yeah, we'll have more NFL coming up a little bit later on. One thing we didn't get to here that I wanted to, and we'll talk about it, is Merritt Paulson had a press conference to welcome his new manager. And the gaffer said hello to Portland, but Merritt Paulson also gave thoughts on Portland as a city and the Trailblazers. So we'll get to that audio because that came out yesterday afternoon. We'll talk some Oregon and Oregon State coming up. College football rolls on hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1, The Fan.
Time to open the door to the Blazers. This is the Blazers Report, brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, Portland's repair and installation experts.
First of all, the Blazers can't move. I mean, they are massively critical to the culture and the economic vitality of the city of Portland. And stop. Period.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about there, teasing it. Merritt Paulson, the owner of the Timbers, at a press conference yesterday talking about the Blazers and how important they are to the city and how the city kind of clean up their act, get everything in order as the Blazers try to get this arena funding deal hammered away to renovate the Moda Center.
Love when a teased audio just pops up like that. It's also funny, too, because he's hinting at an angle here. We need some money, too. All of this has been privately financed. You know, we need some more renovations. The old press boxes are a little old over here. Portland, coffers are open, right?
This Blazer Report brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, where they are taking service to new heights. Call Ponderosa today or visit them at ponderosagaragedoors.com.
Hey, it's Suk.
680 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks led all Big Ten teams with 4 players named to the preseason AP All-American College Football Team. Quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Amore Washington, and transfer safety Coy Parrish all made the first team. Cornerback Brandon Finney Jr. named to the second team. Dante Moore also one of the 49 players named to the Walter Camp Player of the Year watch list. Mariners tied the all-time Major League record for worst shutout loss. They fell to the Brewers 22-zip. They start the day 3 games out of the wild card spot, 4 games behind the Astros in the AL West. Game 2 at Milwaukee today, 4:40 p.m. first pitch. Tonight is the home MLS debut for new Timbers manager Martí Cifuentes. Timbers welcome San Diego FC to Providence Park. Kickoff at 7:30. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 6:30 immediately following primetime. Timbers a -105 favorite on the money line. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
the Dodgers might be owned by the new Bernie Madoff. We could talk about that today.
That story is bananas.
It's absolutely
Every
insane.
day there's a new, wait, what? He tried to buy him out of their TV contract early.
Yeah, he needed that cash. What you that don't me for there,
He
bud?
needs to clear up $10 billion in 6 weeks.
Nothing is more clear that I don't care, even though my team is the best, than Swag's nonchalant nature of this entire story.
I mean, I would be a little alarmed. The last time you went bankrupt, it was a little rough for you there, Bob.
Yeah, the good thing is...
Yeah. And you got about how much money tied up into future deferred payments?
Yeah, but the problem is Ohtani...
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
Ohtani is an entire economy to himself. Like, somebody uber rich is going to buy
Can
this
I add a fun
situation.
note on that? I don't think it's going to happen. Do you know he has a clause in his contract if Mark Walters not...
He said he wouldn't do it. I read that, yeah.
Okay.
That he could opt out.
He could opt out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would he opt out? You're in Los Angeles. He clearly wants to stay in L.A. He chose to stay in L.A.
I'm just saying. Point it out.
So you think it's going to happen?
I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but we also, every day that the news update comes out on this story, it gets crazier than the day before. So where are we going to be at in 3 months when this guy's going to prison potentially? Which I don't think will happen, but I also didn't think we'd be here. I didn't think he'd sell the Lakers a year after buying them.
That was a wild story to read. I had to do a double take.
Dude.
I'm like, what? He just bought this?
Yes.
I didn't even know you could sell it that quickly.
He needs to liquefy $10 billion in the next 6 weeks,
I heard it was
dude.
$24 billion.
I mean, I think in total that's what he needs, yeah.
So this is clearly a Madoff situation,
dude.
right?
Yes, go read the.
That's how I'm taking it.
In particular with the Dodgers, because they own the TV channel that gives them $300 million, who are also owned by insurance companies, and they're just funneling money to each other. It's all fraudulent. Strip them of their titles.
They're probably still going to get bought by a super rich person.
They're still going to win another World Series, and he's going to complain about the bullpen the entire way, and it's going to be miserable.
And not watch them
How many
clinch.
times he tried to do that on the air while you were gone?
I can't even.
When Diaz gave up a run. We're only 30 games over 500.
Yeah, it's just, dude, it's hard to really take seriously when you opt to not watch Game 7 of the World Series. Yeah. I would not have missed Game 7 of the World Series, and I'd have a dog in the fight.
It was on Halloween, wasn't it? Or one of the World Series games was. I remember trick-or-treating, walking around.
I don't know if Game 7 was, but
Yeah.
I wasn't going to miss Game 7 of the World Series.
It's a pretty big deal.
Now, speaking of big deal, going on down in Corvallis, Oregon, USA, quarterback battles.
Ooh.
You had Ryan Harlan on.
Yes, we did while you were out.
Who does a great job covering Oregon State football. And he talked about the 3-man race for Jamarcus Shepard and the Oregon State Beavers.
I was actually initially surprised when Murphy elected to stay. That even caught me off guard because I think after last year, you wouldn't have blamed him for leaving or finding a new spot. But they bring in 2 new quarterbacks in Brady Jones from Western Michigan and Braden Atkinson, Jerry Rice Award winner from Mercer this past season. My thoughts on the quarterback room are, I think it's Malik Murphy's job to lose, being the incumbent in the room, and they're making it a true quarterback competition. We're going to get a little more clarity from Shepard on how each of the quarterbacks looked, but I think this quarterback battle goes until the 11th hour, right about until game week 1 against Houston.
Yeah, I'll be kind of curious about this. Something I talked about while you were out was the refreshing honesty from Shepard, and it may not be something everybody likes to hear, But I kind of took it this way, and maybe he didn't mean it this way, and he would probably fight against the way I'm saying this. I took it as a coach basically telling you point blank, hey, man, we're going to struggle bad this year.
It's going to be tough, yeah.
It's going to get ugly. There's going to be weeks where we get absolutely steamrolled. And so the quarterback situation, it's maybe not the biggest area. We'll have to kind of wait and see on that. But the fact that this is a three-man battle, I had mentioned that somebody told me they don't really want Murphy to win it.
Yeah.
But they might not have a choice.
They're hoping one of the other guys grabs the reins.
Yeah, but if they're not ready to do that, it's probably going to be Malik Murphy.
Yeah.
I think we're going to potentially have more than two quarterbacks playing the position this year for Oregon State.
Would not be surprised in the least if that happens. My read on the Shepherd stuff, because it was funny, you played a clip while I was out, and then he had another clip that was very similar of like, guys, I need you to stick with us. My other read on that, too, is that, especially with the AP poll coming out, the first two opponents on their schedule are ranked. They're going to be...
Oh, they're going to get bludgeoned by
like
Texas Tech.
Houston's like a 20-point favorite, and Texas Tech's coming to town. It should at least be a home opener, a good atmosphere in that game, and Texas Tech's kind of a villain of the sport, so... I know. I hope that there is at least. It's the biggest draw of your entire home schedule in terms of an opponent coming to town, but they're probably going to smoke you. And I think that was a warning sign of like, dude, the first 2 weeks might go bad, but then after that, other than Boise State, who the hell knows, man? I don't know what to make of Texas State or Utah State or Colorado State. Like, there's no reason in my mind I think you can't be competitive in those games, but there certainly will be trials and tribulations this year. The Brady Jones one, like I can't have a take on Brady Jones. He didn't play. He transferred from Western Michigan. I'm not at practice every day, so I don't have eyeballs on the kid. I don't know how good or bad he is. The Atkinson kid is at least intriguing to me in the idea that you have one of these players that's from a smaller level. As Ryan pointed out, he won the Jerry Rice Award as the best player at that level of college football. He threw, I want to say, 34, 35 touchdowns last year for Mercer, had good numbers throwing the ball, and now he's elevating his game to another level. And can he hang at the Group of Six level? And we'll find out eventually if he does end up playing this year. That's one that's at least tantalizing to me. I think if I'm an Oregon State fan, I'm in the same mindset of the coaching staff where Malik Murphy transferring seemed like a big deal at the time. I don't want to throw it all on him last year because there certainly were a ton of issues with that team, and he was not the only problem, to say the least. But I also think if he's your starting quarterback, I just kind of know what you're like. He's fine. He's not the most accurate guy in the world.
Yeah, but the unknown doesn't always give you
doesn't mean it's a guarantee,
option, you know?
Without a doubt. And that's why I tend to agree with you.
I
think
tend to fall in love with the unknown a little bit too much.
The attractiveness of I haven't seen this before, maybe it's better than that. There's no guarantee it's better. It could be worse, but it could be better. And that's the draw that I would have. Because with Murphy, I just kind of know what you're getting. He's not the most athletic guy. He doesn't move very well in the pocket. He struggles with accuracy at times. He can turn the ball over a ton. So there's a lot of boxes he doesn't check for me, and Braden Atkinson might not check him either, and maybe not Brady Jones as well, but to your point, they're unknowns, and so at least I can sell that to myself in my head.
Well, Carson Cobb is a former tight end at Oregon State, and he transferred to Oklahoma State, and he was asked, I didn't pull it, but it's a 13-second clip of like what the transfer's been like, and you know, he's like, the coaching staff's great. The town and the community really supports this team. It's been a seamless transition. I don't have to switch colors of clothes that I own.
Same acronym and colors, OSU.
Exactly. And people took that second part a little personal, but I do think there's a lot of truth in this. If you know this team's not going to be great, and I think most Beaver fans would be honest and say, yeah, I don't have huge expectations.
It could be better than last year. I think asking for to be great.
What's the atmosphere? You know, I think the one thing, it's interesting, we get this mix of Oregon State fan that complains we don't talk enough Oregon State.
Right.
And then I see games and it's 30% full or it's 40% the other fan base. And I'm like, well, which is it? Is it such a big thing that we need to talk about it way more? Or is it possible that this program, who lost their status in college football, and it's not their fault, has less support? Because I think that's going to be a real telling thing this year. It's entirely possible this team's not good. They win just 4 games, 3 games. That's possible. And there's moments where they look better and a lot of moments where they don't. And we're going to be like, is this going the right way? But what's the support going to be like is a big thing for me. And I don't know. I don't have plans personally to go to a game because I love watching the full slate of college football. So I'm not trying to throw daggers at anybody. I'm just kind of curious.
Right.
For a fan base that's always wanting more coverage, more this, more that, well, are more people going to show up this year? Because even when they suck and they're not good, they're going to need Reser Stadium full.
That's what Shepard's talking about.
That's
I need
what
you behind us.
Yes, that's the buy-in factor of like, if you want this,
all
you
of it
want
matters.
us to hang around for a few years and turn this we need fan support.
Yep.
And it's one thing I would say since they lost their status that's absolutely been lacking.
Without a doubt. And I'm with you. I don't blame fans.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take shots. I'm just also pointing out the
right.
obvious.
In particular, last year, when you have a season go the way that it went, like by the time you get to the back half of the year, you couldn't pay me to go to an Oregon State game. They can't execute a long snap. They got some random guy as an interim head coach. They had to fire Bray after saying they weren't going to fire Bray. Like, dude, I'm not spending any money on this program right now.
Yeah.
You're in a different camp now. Like, you're now in a conference. You have a new head coach.
You have a new AD.
You have a new AD. Like, there's things.
Former players have come back
right?
now.
He's inviting Chad Johnson, said he's going to be back on campus. Like, so there are positive momentum signs on the outside looking in. And this is where, like, even bringing up the Texas Tech game, it's funny because I don't blame you for having the thought of, like, will it be full? It's like, dude, that's a college football playoff team who's the villain of the sport to a certain extent right now. It's your home opener game in a new era under a head coach. Again, if you are, by the time you get to, let's fast forward, Texas State comes to town on November 7th, and you're 1-7 or 1-8, and you've been bludgeoned 5 weeks in a row, don't go. Don't pay to go. I don't blame you at all for that. If you don't want to buy season tickets, I don't blame you. Dude, you got a college football playoff team coming to your stadium this year, which is not going to happen on a regular basis for you anymore. Go pack that house. Make it a tough place to play. See if you can make it a ball game into the second half and take a little momentum into the next 2 games on your schedule, which are Montana and UTEP, which I think are your 2 most winnable games probably on your slate. And you could be 2-2 going the rest of the way and saying, let's see where this thing possibly goes.
Yeah.
So all of it matters. And this is the hard part of fans because, again, I don't blame people when it gets really bad for not wanting to spend their hard-earned money on it. I cannot look at you and point and say, what's the matter with you? But it matters in terms of the revenue of the football program and the athletic department. It matters on recruiting weekends. When you have kids who come to town on an official visit and there's 2,000 people in the stands, that's an impactful thing. It's not the end-all, be-all, but it's an impactful thing if I'm a recruit. And so all of it ties together, and I at least hope out of the gate. If they give you a reason to not go, I don't blame you. But out of the gate, man, you got Texas Tech as your home opener. I hope that place is full.
One more note, Aiden Sullivan, their starting linebacker, was arrested and charged with felony of, assault?
Yeah, it was a bar fight.
A bar fight, basically. 1 count felony assault in the 2nd degree and 2 counts of misdemeanor assault in the 4th degree, stemming from the bar fight that happened back in April. Here's Jamarcus Shepard on Aiden Sullivan.
We have wrapped our arms around Aiden Sullivan to give him the best chance to go out there and perform his job the way that he's supposed to. We live in a world where, you know what, if all of us were defined by the worst thing that we had ever done, none of us would probably have many opportunities. I know I wouldn't. If I was judged on the worst thing I've done, you know, I probably wouldn't have this opportunity to be here as a head coach at Oregon State. And so we've told him to just worry about doing your job. And that's what I'm doing my job.
Anybody else think, what is the worst thing you've done then?
It's a good question.
When somebody says that,
that's a good question.
Whether it's sports or not sports, you know, if I was judged on what I did, I'm like, what did you do then?
I ain't showing you
what you did.
I ain't showing you the bones in my closet, buddy.
Dirt used to send inappropriate pictures to Kevin Love once he got that cell phone number.
You ain't looking in my closet, all right? I ain't showing you my dirty laundry. You ain't gonna look at that. This is also the right answer. Like until the legal process plays out, you support him. If it's given a reason why you shouldn't support him anymore, then we can criticize. But until then, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Well, so we'll have to see. Not a lot gets out of camp, but right now Oregon State's starting anew with a new coaching staff. You've got a quarterback battle.
Yeah.
And we'll have to wait and see on Aiden Sullivan as well. Let's shift gears, go to Eugene, Oregon, where this is interesting from one Dan Lanning. We'll tell you what that is next on The Fan. A lot to get to. Talking a little college football. Just talked to Oregon State. Get to Oregon here in just a minute as camp is going on right now. So
yes,
college football is about a week away, Dirt.
First scrimmages this past weekend. Scrimmage time.
You see the report. Mayava has taken the next step. And I said, what, against USC's defense?
I have no questions about Mayava being good. That's not the question that USC has had. Good quarterback play is not their problem.
Yeah, also, like, I don't know.
I mean, he's fine.
How does anybody tell that somebody's taken the next step, right? Like, I just think some of that stuff is ridiculous and it's camp talk. But a quick question about the AP poll.
Yes, fire away. We broke it all down.
Your team came in second.
Yes, they did.
So it's
highest ever in school history.
Yeah, that's
preseason.
It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Do you see who the CBS Coach of the Year was preseason?
Was it Dan Lanning?
It was. You bet your ass it was. Hang that thing in the rafters. Why are we giving out a preseason Coach of the Year award? Is there any? The AP poll serves a purpose of debate and fodder and numbers next to teams. Like should we have it? Not. That's a fun debate.
It doesn't matter, but yeah, it does create
having
debate.
a preseason Coach of the Year might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
Okay, so here is
what.
You're right.
My preseason Heisman goes to. All right, what do you want me to do with that?
Yeah. You're right on that. And you're right on a lot of things involving the AP poll and the way we talk about this. They need numbers next to teams because God forbid, we have the playoff committee get their old lazy asses out and set their preseason top 25. So at least I know where you're starting from as we go into the season. God forbid. Let's wait till November.
Get your butts to Dallas, watch the games on their stupid big screen TVs and vote, all right?
Could you imagine how little they'd be able to nail if they had to do the first poll release?
Right.
If the AP and the coach, that don't largely matter anymore.
No.
If they had to do the first one, because at least you'd say they just steal from the AP and the coach, mix it up a little bit, and call it good. If you had the playoff committee have to do a preseason top 25, how much of a disaster it would be?
It'd be fantastic. I'd love every second.
I would love it too, and I think they should be mandated to do it, but, I digress.
Right.
So one takeaway from the AP poll, maybe you talked about this, and I apologize if I'm double dipping today on a Wednesday.
I'll talk more college football any day of the week.
How did not one SEC team get a first place vote? Did you get into that part?
We did get into that.
Georgia didn't get one first place. Texas didn't get one first place. Ole Miss,
LSU, none of them.
Not one?
Not a single one. First time since 2015 that has been the case in college football.
Miami, Notre Dame, Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana. I get it, but
not a single one for any of those SEC teams. It's pretty wild. It is leading more to, and it's hilarious that you bring that up because I saw, I follow a lot of SEC
I have to defend
content.
the SEC now? What's
Isn't
happening
it funny?
here?
And they have spun it. I was watching the Next Round Live, some bits of their show yesterday. We had one of their guys on a couple weeks back, and they were doing a segment, and it is hilarious to think about how the narrative has changed. They were legitimately, this is an SEC-based show. They talk all college football, but mainly SEC. And they had a 20-minute segment on how much pressure is on the SEC to win their non-conference games.
Oh, they're 100%
And I just thought, oh, my God. We used to do that in the Pac-12. When you would get Oregon and Auburn or Washington, I think, played Auburn one year, or USC and Alabama, whatever the games were, we would talk about, man, this would be a big one for the Pac-12 to win. It helped the old resume come the end of the year.
It gives you a lot of respect.
And after not getting a single first-place vote, that's where they're at. Nobody's picking them to win the national championship. If they come out and Michigan beats Oklahoma, which Oklahoma, I believe, is a favorite in that game, it is in Ann Arbor. If you get Ohio State to beat Texas back-to-back years, now let me play this scenario out. What if Clemson knocks LSU off in week one?
Entirely possible.
Could very well happen, right? Clemson's kind of
I don't know if I'm picking it, but
I'm not going to pick it.
Possible.
It's in Death Valley, but I also don't know. LSU's got 80 new players, so let's see how that all gels together in 1 week. So it was funny to hear that angle from the SEC territory of how much pressure is on them in the preseason.
Well, they're right, and you just pointed out something that's hilarious as a stat. I don't know if it's going to hold up another year, but if it does, it is so funny to say out loud. The Pac-12 was last in the national championship game
more recently
than the SEC.
Washington.
Now go read the Pac-12 conference. We know it's not the same conference, but it's got the same name.
That logo is the same.
And the logo is the same, and it looks utterly ridiculous. Look, I don't root for the SEC. I do love to talk to our friends in the SEC regions. They're great. They love the sport the way we love the sport. but it is.
Which one would you vote for if you had an AP poll? Because this is the hard part that I have with
Georgia.
Georgia would be the one.
Yeah, I mean, like,
why would you vote them number one if you had an AP poll?
No, I wouldn't. But
that's the tough part with it.
But to me, like, voters are pocketed in all sections of the country.
Yeah,
and they can. Media like to pretend they're completely unbiased. And they don't have a rooting interest.
Oh, it's ludicrous.
It's a little ludicrous because the media climate now it's more fanboy than it's ever been.
Right.
We're just as guilty of this as anybody else.
Oh, without a doubt. We don't deny it.
But also beat writers who've been on beats for 10 years. You get guys who are pretty honest and down the middle, but also they would lie and tell you they don't care if the team they're covering is good.
Yeah.
They want the team to be good. Nobody in the South said Georgia returning Gunnar Stockton for the 9th year in a row.
Yeah.
And you know they're loaded at all the positions. I'm not going to pretend to know all the names of Georgia, but we know they're loaded.
Wide receiver's a bit of a question for them, but
it's just surprising to not see one single vote for an SEC school.
It's crazy,
for
dude.
first place in an AP poll that I don't largely care about.
No,
but this was something that wrapped me in of like, wow, Georgia didn't get one. When I looked at it on the airplane, Texas, Georgia, LSU, Ole Miss, like all of these programs have returning quarterbacks. Chambliss, Manning, Stockton. Say what you want about Leavitt transferring to LSU. Say what you want about these guys and whether you trust them or not trust them. All returning quarterbacks, all absolutely loaded. Not a single vote for first place. Interesting takeaway.
My count, I'm just trying to like ballpark it here because the Reddit College Football page on Twitter puts out everybody's vote and how they go 1 through 25.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll lead to us making fun of people because a team will win a game and they'll not move in the rankings for that voter. And you're like, they literally just beat that team. Do you watch college football?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ballpark it and say there's about 50 voters in this as I'm just kind of looking at the list. By my unofficial quick count while you were talking, I saw 7 second-place votes for Georgia and about 10 for Texas. And that was no other SEC team even got put in the top 2.
Yeah.
And very few even got put into the top 3.
It's very interesting. Other interesting thing I didn't get to there, Dan Lanning.
Dan, the Danimal.
The Danimal.
The Danimal's back.
He talked about how he's grown as a coach over time, and one article that puts him in an interesting tier in college football. We could talk a little Oregon football. Hour number 3 ahead, and then in hour number 4, Ken Barkley makes his illustrious return. We got Starter Story as well around the corner. Dirt and Sprague, hour 3 on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Oh no. Julio made the catch and then threw the ball out of play. So there was only one out. So once he threw out of play, everyone got a base. There's another base hit.
Well, now we've tied a record.
Yeah, it's 22 at this point.
Yeah, there's Mariner Radio summing up yesterday's 22-0 blowout loss. The Mariners fall 22-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, this one is probably the easiest stinking it up in the history of stinking it up. 22-0 is something we've only ever seen one other time since 1888. And to a P1's point earlier, I believe Washington did not become a state until 1889.
Wow.
So nobody has lost worse since the state of Washington has been in existence.
Hey, Swag, what was the game like in 1888? Did you leave early or did you... No? Okay, all right. He doesn't
watch
want
a soccer match instead of that one too?
I think that was the first game with Cracker Jacks, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Did your dad... No? Okay, all right. Hey, is that slow drain starting to bother you? They'll clear your stubborn drain with an accessible clean-out for only $59. That's right, a $59 stubborn drain clear-out for our friends at Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule online at threemountainshomservices.com. They make home services delightful. Hey, everybody.
McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the AP releasing its preseason All-American college football team, and the Oregon Ducks landed the most first-team players of all the Big Ten teams. 3 of them, including quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Amore Washington, and transfer safety Coy Parrish. Also, Brandon Finney Jr. was named to the second team. Mariners tying the all-time Major League record for the worst shutout loss. They fall to the Brewers 22-0. They'll try again today. They start play 3 games out of the wild card, 4 games out of the AL West lead. The first pitch in Milwaukee today at 4:40. Timbers back home tonight. It'll be the home MLS debut for their new manager, Martí Cifuentes, taking on San Diego FC. Kickoff at 7:30 from Providence Park. We'll have it here for you on the Fan. Pregame at 6:30 following primetime. Timbers -105 favorites on the money line. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Epa!
The band is back together. Sprague is returning from San Diego. They call it the Whales. What do they call it again?
Ooh, I like it.
We'll get to Ken Barkley coming up an hour from now. Our friend Ken Barkley, Lockie Lockerson, will join the show. He's got a gambling guide out for the NFL season. I am going to ask him, I don't know how closely he gambles on college football anymore, but he's big into futures, and if he does have a ticket, like how does he feel about the futures of college football? Is he high on one team over the other, or is it all kind of jumbled together near the top? That will be 1 hour from now. And we got Saturday Story coming up, so we got a lot to get to the rest of the way. You teased it there at the end of the last hour. Old Dan Lanning at his press conference yesterday. We're about the halfway point of camp, I'd say, right? Yeah, about a week and a half to go until the games start. 2.5 weeks for Oregon. And he was asked something interesting. You mentioned Mike McDonald earlier in the show, and a tidbit from Hard Knocks last night about how he had to grow and learn how to coach to win and not to lose. There's a balance there, right? Of like you want to be cautious and protect things, but also you got to know how to be aggressive and keep your foot on the gas. Here is a question to Dan Lanning from yesterday at his press conference about how much he's grown as a coach. He asked all his players, think about where you were 365 days ago to where you are now, and a reporter asked him that question.
Ultimately, I think there's a lot of self-study for me of, okay, what are the things that I want to attack? And I'm not necessarily going to share every single piece of that with you guys. But there's situations we've been in the past where it's like, okay, how can I handle that situation better? I think a lot of coaches might grab a practice script from last season and roll it out and say, hey, that's the same one that we're going to use. I think we've always done a really good job of saying, okay, what's the needs of our team based off this last scrimmage? How do we need to adapt practice? What are we struggling with? We struggle with tempo the other day in some of our scrimmage settings. So let's recreate that more in practice. But I think our ability to adapt, create drills that fit the skills that we have to work on has been, a strength for us in our program. And I think, again, leaning into our coaches. I've had a lot more of our coaches and our players get up in front of our team this year beyond just me, and being able to make sure that, a lot of times it's a common message, but it's coming from a different voice, which has been really refreshing to see throughout fall camp.
That is the CBS preseason coach of the year to you.
Yeah, it is.
Okay? That's an award that will go up in his office that he will never forget. It's one of the most iconic awards you can win in all of football.
Who won it last year?
I mean, we all know who won it last year. Duh. Probably Steve Sarkisian.
Over Cignetti?
Going into the year, it wouldn't have been Cignetti. Preseason? Yeah, Indiana was like number 20. Who would have been the preseason? Probably Texas was number 1 last year, were they not?
They were.
To a lot of people, the arch hype.
Preseason CBS.
Ooh, it could have been Ryan Day, maybe. Ohio State had big expectations. Is there an article? Is it a bad one? Is it a bad one or a good one? Do I feel good or bad now?
He is now the current coach at Virginia Tech.
James Franklin was your coach. Oh, no.
Dan's going to be at Oklahoma next year.
Book it.
What are we doing here?
That just took a turn that I was not willing to accept, but it is.
Oh, no.
I mean, look, he has talked a lot about a veteran-led team, and that certainly helps, right? You got so many guys returning back for another year. One funny note, I didn't send the audio, but it was a funny tidbit from Mateo, who had his press availability yesterday.
Oh, the media blocking
He
out
said
thing.
he mutes his dad on social media, which is absolutely the right
So
call.
have I.
Like, it's a lot.
We get it, dude. You're proud of your kids. I'm happy for you, but dear God.
Don't blame me at all for being proud.
Any criticism, you have to quote tweet it and say why they sucked
And then
or
somebody's
why
getting
they
blocked.
struggled.
Yeah,
Then you block everybody.
Big expectations for the old Danimal this year, and that's one of the biggest questions about him.
Huge expectations,
And
I
the
would say, for
program
the
is,
Danimal.
how have you grown, and how have you evolved, and how have you gotten better? And he's never going to get into specifics of stuff like that, right? He's not going to go, well, actually, this third down calls that we've been making, I hate it, or that we're going to do better at this. He won't give you the details of it, but it is a looming question over their season because the coaches progress and you learn, and he's still incredibly young and early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
How has he grown as a head coach going into this year? Time will tell.
Well, and I think a big part of that is going to be the coordinator performances,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like a lot of controversy or questioning of who he hired at OC and DC, and we've talked ad nauseum about that, and now we kind of have to wait to see how they actually play before we get to the criticism part. It's a lot of wait and see. And I think when you end your season, Dirt, the last two seasons the way that they have, look, we know they have the talent. We know how everybody feels about their roster. They got all these guys coming back. They're absolutely loaded on the defensive side. Dante's back at quarterback. He's, gone through his mental health struggles, and golf has helped him a lot with that, getting off social media. It's funny. It always seems to be getting off
social media, dude.
Seems to be a huge factor when people tell you why their mental health is better.
Right.
But when you look at the laundry list of coaches, The Athletic wrote about the college football coaching tiers. And while I don't agree with some of the premise here, the two guys in tier 1, there's only two.
It's got to be Signetti because he just won the
Signetti's in it.
championship.
Yeah.
And Kirby. I mean, if you don't have Kirby in there, it's got to be.
But
Kirby.
why would Ryan Day not be in that?
He's
such
lost
a
funny
five
thing.
games his entire career. At
We don't
Ohio
give him any
State.
credit. We give other coaches credit, and he gets none of it.
None of it,
Yeah,
right?
It's really funny.
Mario, I think, has jumped up for some because they got to the title game as a 10 seed. Dan is in a category with Sark, with DeBoer, with maybe Dabo, depending on how you feel about him, of Freeman probably. Like, if they don't get to a certain level, right, maybe Dabo's expectations are going to be a little different than what Dan's are, but I just think there's a category of coaches that, and Dan Lanning is one of them, it's a handful of them that, depending on what their teams do, we are either going to move them down or they're going to jump up to the Signetti and Smart platform.
Yeah, if one of those guys wins the national championship, whether it's Sark,
Freeman,
Lanning, Freeman, DeBoer, if Ryan Day gets a second one in 3 years,
I mean, there'd be no questioning putting him in that top tier. I think he should be in it anyway, and I don't even feel the greatest about Ryan Day.
Right.
But if you're willing to dye your hair and pierce your nipples at 40-something years old, like, there's got to be something said about you, right? So
they're moving senior day, too. Did you see that, by the way?
I don't want to be disrupted, but I will say egregious.
Egregious.
I read this on a beach,
and
I just stared at the ocean. Absolutely egregious behavior.
They're doing it week 1.
Do you know how utterly pathetic
Who do
you
they play
have to
week
be to move senior day from the Michigan week to week 1 because you're worried about distraction?
It was funny, too, because it came in the height. We did.
How about you just coach and game plan and you celebrate your guys after putting in a long season's worth of effort and work? What are we doing here?
The timing of it was funny because it's right on the heels of Kyle Whittingham not hating Ohio State enough, and that makes every Michigan fan freak out. And then you got Ohio State to say, oh, yeah, you don't care enough? We care even more. We're moving our senior day.
Dude,
they play Ball State in week 1. That's their senior days against Ball State on the Big Ten Network.
I read, so Oregon State had to do something weird like this one year. Their last home game.
The Hurricane game,
The Hurricane game with
Lafayette, Louisiana.
It's a college that has no.
It was a team down in the Gulf region, and it was impacted by a hurricane.
Yeah, it was
Nicholls State.
Nicholls State.
Thank you. Yeah. Weirdest moment ever. So I read this coaching article, and I'm like, I started mentally defending Ryan Day. I'm like, how's Ryan Day not put himself in tier 1 with what he's accomplished?
Yeah.
And then maybe 20 minutes later, I saw the Ryan Day story, and I went, really? Really? after I just mentally defended
No distractions.
What are you...
No distractions. Too much going on.
Are their families not in town every week
We're
of
only
the season?
focusing on the game.
They're paid. What are we doing?
Yeah, I know.
What are you worried
The
about?
distraction thing was stupid. However, I think the idea is really good. That
Why do you want to celebrate it in the beginning?
Well, one, in case anybody gets hurt.
Sometimes you get the biggest ovations for the guys who got hurt along the way.
I understand that. But I also think, because the tradition in college basketball, when you have senior day or high school basketball, all the seniors, like the walk-ons, whatever, they're starting. I don't want to give away a series in the Michigan game. Ball State, I can start even the walk-ons.
You need to give a series away? How about you just do a standard run to the right play with all the seniors starting?
Well, that's the funny part about this, because I see the argument. They're not going to do that. They're not starting their walk-ons in the first.
Also, what
Jeremiah
college?
Smith's not going to be lined up on snap number 1 for Ohio State's offense.
They're going to have some putsy white kid who's a walk-on and a coach's
There's no
kid.
chance they do that.
Well,
None.
Yeah.
On kickoff,
There's
maybe.
no chance they do
Maybe
that.
on
Put them in on the kickoff. I don't know.
opening kickoff.
This
But
isn't a thing anymore.
Kick
And
it out of
also,
the end zone.
What college program are you talking about with seniors?
Right.
Well, there's that
Oregon's got
too.
a few of
So
them
it's
this
not.
year, yeah.
It shouldn't be that many.
Yeah,
at
but they're
that point.
transfers. See, all these kids are transfers now. They didn't start there. It's usually the third journey there.
I don't know. I didn't think it was that big a deal.
What a little
I could get
beat.
behind it. I could.
What a little B. You're like 1-4 in your last 5
I
against
just think it's an
Michigan.
example of a guy who cannot stop thinking about it. He cannot stop
just won
thinking.
the game.
I know it doesn't matter. He won the national championship. It didn't matter because
I
he lost
know.
to Michigan.
I know.
It's all he thinks. It consumes every fiber of his being. I digress.
Well, that's because it consumes every fiber of the being of the fan base.
Right, that's the way that they think. So here's the list that you're talking about. So you mentioned Cignetti's one and Kirby Smart's. Those are the top 2 guys.
Yeah.
The list of tier 2-ish guys, like the next block of guys: Mario, Ryan Day, Kalen DeBoer, James Franklin is still in there. Marcus Freeman, Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian, Dabo Swinney, and Kyle Whittingham.
Well, but how many coaches, because I know what you're saying on the Franklin thing, we know the big game record and all that.
That was pretty bad last year.
Well, no, it absolutely... Well,
I'd bump him down a tier for that. I'm still high on Franklin at Virginia Tech. I think that was a great hire for them. I don't know how you... That's a bump... Like, you lost to UCLA, Northwestern.
But
the
it felt
season
like
spiraled out of
control. Did it not feel like a culmination buildup of the side of the mountain crash?
It's kind of on him of never being able to get over the hump to a certain extent. He caused that mountain to be in their way of the plane. I'm still in on him as a coach, and I think he'll do good at Virginia Tech.
Do you disagree with anybody on the tier 2?
James Franklin's the only one. James Franklin's the only one that I would bump down. The rest of the guys, Dabo's got 2 titles, so you can say whatever you want about him, but that has to count for something. Kyle Whittingham, for what he's done for his time at Utah, I got no issue with it. I do think there's an interesting conversation that we're kind of in our bubble here in the Northwest where Lanning will be the focal point of a lot of this.
Oh, yeah.
It is really funny to think about how many bubbles that you go to across the country where it's literally the same thing.
I know.
If Sark doesn't win a title at Texas this year, their fan base is freaking out.
I mean, week 1, if he doesn't win that game, they're freaking out.
Marcus Freeman has the easiest schedule on the planet this year. And
He
if
does.
you don't make the playoff and go on a deep run, they're freaking out because they're one of the favorites. Lane Kiffin's literally never won a playoff game.
He could have coached in one, but he chose not to.
He chose to walk away from his team, and maybe they win, maybe they don't, but he doesn't get credit for it. Pete Golden gets that dub.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just
but he also has a playoff win if he stays because they played freaking Tulane.
Touche. They would have won that for touche.
It's no different than Dan's first playoff win
Totally
like
fair.
James Madison.
Totally fair. He would have had one, but he walked away from his team, and so he's never actually accomplished it as a coach. And DeBoer, dude, if they're not going to fire him because Alabama's not that rich,
well, they just
extended it. If they go 8-4,
I know
they're outside of that facility with pitchforks, wanting to run his family out of town,
or they're calling in to find Mom to let us know.
And even for I made the argument throughout the offseason that I think the perception should have changed a little bit with Mario because he showed on the big stage that he could knock off opponents that he was not like. That was a great run that Miami went on. Now there's still going to be a program that likely stubs their toe, but again, on his example, like if you have a year where you regress and you don't make the playoff or you don't win the ACC or you don't win a playoff game, like that's how quickly this stuff evolves into a shouting match of we don't have the right guy and we're frustrated with our head coach.
There's obviously a Mario tie-in locally because he was here. He had some disappointing moments, but he had some great legendary moments with the Rose Bowl, with the win at Columbus. Like, obviously it was great, right? For the most part. Didn't get a national championship, but he established something that had never been done at Oregon with the recruiting and winning the conference, all that. He then goes to Miami, and I understand the tie. But if I remove Mario out for conversation's sake, what I find interesting, DeBoer, different. Ryan Day, I think, should be tier 1. Dabo, you can put there because of the titles, but man, those were a long time ago. And when you can't evolve with a sport,
I know.
It's how I felt about Belichick at the end. It's like, I do say you're one of, if not the greatest.
It's very strange.
But I can't put you in the category anymore.
They were 7-5 last year.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, dude. Remember where they were ranked preseason. And Kyle Whittingham, we'll see what happens at Michigan. Maybe it's too late, or maybe he'll say, look at me with resources.
Yeah.
But I cannot get off the sticking point. Marcus Freeman, Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian. I think those four in particular for me, not just because we cover or talk about Oregon, I just find all four, like, how do you separate them? Like, if I was to really...
They all have resources. They've all had success.
Exactly.
They've all had big wins.
Resources be damned.
Yeah.
Big wins be damned. Who feels like they give you an advantage at coach? If Georgia fan or everybody else feels like they step out there and their coach is giving them the advantage against said other big team, or Indiana now because they just won the whole freaking thing, gets out there, they're going to feel in every game this year in Indiana, their coach is going to give them the decided advantage in it. Of the four, which one gives you the feeling the most? And that, you can say Dan if you want.
You can feel a certain way, but it's not. Yeah,
you know, maybe it's Sark, but also Sark has moments, man. And then Lane, maybe Lane has just as many playoff wins as Dan does, but he's at LSU if he stays at Ole Miss. Yeah. And then Freeman, who missed the playoff entirely last year because they lost the game to Miami.
Right.
So I don't know what the answer of that one is, and those are the four for me that if I'm looking at that tier of coaches, which one of those steps up and makes this list of tier one? And maybe just be Ryan Day wins the whole thing and he's in it next year, and all those guys who didn't win it are stuck in the same spot. But those four are the most interesting to me going into the college football season. Franklin's rebuilding. Mario obviously got to a great step with Miami. Does he do it again?
There is an aspect of, similar to Freeman kind of last year, when you get to that point, there is a... if they don't make the playoff, to my point, they will be upset about that. But if they just make the playoff and maybe lose, or there's a bit of a freebie year that you get. I think if you make a national championship,
we know about Day, Dabo, Kyle. I just think those are the four most interesting coaches going into the season because Lane and what he did with Ole Miss and LSU, Dan with this getting bludgeoned in your last game of the season in an embarrassing way, Freeman missing the playoff, making the title game the year prior, and then Sarkisian. How do you not make the playoff at Texas?
I know, this year especially. The only other one that I would throw into that category, because I'm with you on some of the, like Mario last year title game, Day should be tier one. He just won a championship. Franklin at Virginia Tech, the expectations are higher than they've been, but not to compete.
But it's a big rebuild, right? We know that. Yeah.
You win 8-9 games this year, you're over the moon probably as a Virginia Tech fan, which he's pretty good at winning 8 games every year. And Dabo, historically speaking, the only other one that I would throw in there, and I think it's interesting how the conversation has shifted on him, is Kalen DeBoer. Because if you go back 3 years ago, when he beat my team twice and made the national championship, he was Curt Cignetti before Curt Cignetti. He was this old guy who had been a coach for a long time, worked his way through lower levels, quick stop at Fresno State, turned him around, gets to Washington, wins 10 games in year one, goes undefeated in the national. Like, he was the coaching guru. He was the guy. Mm-hmm. And now you're going into year 3, and they've won one playoff game, right? They beat Oklahoma.
They beat Oklahoma last year.
Missed the playoff game. They got smoked in the SEC title game. Like, he's had some questionable losses.
Embarrassed in the Rose Bowl by Indiana.
Which, hey, happened to my team too, so I'm not going to kill you for that. But it's like, to me, he has to be in there, because if they go 9-3 this year and miss the playoffs.
But if they go 9-3 with I forget the kid's name, the freshman quarterback.
Keelan Russell
is
the likely starter at Alabama.
If he goes out and he plays relatively well for a freshman and they go 9-3, I know the fan base is going to
sell the optimism.
I think people like you and I would be more logical about, like, dude, that's a pretty good year with a freshman freaking quarterback in the SEC.
No doubt about it. The schedule's going to be challenging. It's just like you're going into your 3rd year at Alabama, man. Oh. And the in-state recruiting stuff, and it just, like, there are some alarm bells, I think, going off there that the reason I pointed out is it's just funny how quickly narratives can change. Because if I would have told you Kalen DeBoer going to Alabama seemed like a slam dunk for everybody, and I'm not saying it won't be. He might win the national championship this year. Maybe Keelan Russell is the savior that they've been looking for, and he's the right piece of quarterback, and they get better on the O-line and they can run the ball this year. It's just to know, I think he belongs in that category, because you can't put him on a pedestal. Watch 2 underwhelming from last year. It's a little unfair, but he hasn't lived up fully, I guess, to the hype, and then not put that same level of pressure on him. Financially, they can't afford to fire him, but I think in terms of a pressure cooker, he's right there with all the other guys.
I think that's a valid thing to say. I think I'd also add the context of what have we also learned, though, while he's been there? And fair or not fair, I just will always probably live in the opinion of, I think Saban got out because he knew he couldn't do certain things anymore that other programs couldn't.
Yeah, it was going to balance out at the top.
Yeah, he shouldn't have even made the playoff his last year. And if he retires not making the playoff, we don't change his legacy, but we're like, hey, interesting. Like, look at that. He went out and didn't make the playoff. We've learned that Alabama's kind of a broke boy in this sport in a way that like other programs aren't, right? Like, who would have had it on their bingo card 2 years ago that we were going to find out that Indiana is more deep-pocketed than Alabama?
They have the largest living alumni base in America.
Well, and they're financially, you're seeing the difference. I'm not saying it's excusable for DeBoer to not recruit in-state or to not have better recruiting class. I'm just simply pointing out, like, yeah, on DeBoer, you're right. We're also learning which programs have their S organized and which programs are more deep-pocketed. And Alabama is deep-pocketed, but not to the Ohio State level, not to Indiana level, not to maybe Oregon,
Texas.
LSU, Notre Dame, Texas level.
Yeah. And Michigan belongs in that category.
And in this landscape of college football,
it matters a lot.
The Jimmies and the Joes matter a great deal.
Yes, it does. I have a fun college football question I'd like to ask on the other side. As somebody who's going into a year knowing that just like every week's going to feel like a death march. Like, can we just survive? Can we get to the end of the year?
Yeah.
Would you take this deal if you were me? And I'll explain. We'll throw it to you next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks led all Big Ten teams with 4 players named to the preseason AP All-American College Football Team. On the first team, quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Amore Washington, and transfer safety Coy Parrish. On the second team, cornerback Brandon Finney Jr. To the NFL, Adam Schefter reporting Saints running back Alvin Kamara is going to miss the next month with a sprained MCL, while Chargers starting center Tyler Biadasz out indefinitely, suffered damage to his ACL and other injuries to his left knee during Tuesday's joint practice with the 49ers. Tonight is the home MLS debut for new Timbers manager Martí Cifuentes. Timbers welcome San Diego FC to Providence Park for a 7:30 kick. Pre-game coverage on the Fan at 6:30 following primetime Timbers, a -105 favorite on the money line. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. 8:29. Our buddy Ken Barkley coming up at the top of the hour. Let me find my Ken Barkley drops here.
You listen to the McAfee album?
Are you serious? It's so good.
It's so good, dude.
It's country music, isn't it? Doesn't he do country music?
I did not listen. Actually, that's not true. I inadvertently heard a song on Twitter because it was all over social media. It sounded like Jelly Roll. If that's your thing. If that's your thing, that could be your thing. If that's your thing, I don't know if I called that country music, but
people were saying he's still complaining, and they're like, "What are you complaining about?
You got a $100 million TV deal.
You're the
dude.
#1 face of ESPN."
Yeah. You see, by the way, if you don't like Pat McAfee, I got some bad news for you.
Bum, 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 bum.
Guess who's getting added to the Monday Night Football desk?
Bum, 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 bum.
What do you think he's going to do? Let's start taking bets on what he's going to do for the ABC ESPN Super Bowl in February.
Oh,
because he's going to do something.
Do they have an alternate broadcast the way he does college football?
Can you do that for the Super Bowl? I guess why not?
Why can't you?
Yeah. Do you want all the numbers on one channel? Can you combine the numbers? How does that? I never understood from a rating standpoint how that works.
I think they'd figure it out.
But he's going to be involved, and Kirk Herbstreit wants his music on College Game Day. He wants him to perform on College Game Day.
He does?
He does, yeah.
Did you see Kirk Herbstreit's dog has an NIL deal?
I did not see that, no. I do criticize Kirk Herbstreit for one thing. This might get me blocked on Twitter.
Blocking me?
He did block you on Twitter. He put out a post recently of he was in the Tampa area, and that's where I believe it's Tampa. Don't quote me on that, but wherever Lee Corso lives.
Okay.
And he called Corso up, say, "Hey, I'm gonna be in town." He was there doing something. I don't know what he was doing, and he said, "I'd love to come see you, Lee." And Lee demanded that he drive to the airport to go see Kirk Herbstreit.
Lee demanded Kirk.
Lee was basically like, "I'm going to come to you.
I'm going to pick you up.
I'm coming to you."
Oh.
And Kirk Herbstreit was like, he was stubborn, but, that's the old ball coach.
He didn't drive.
According to Kirk Herbstreit's tweet, he came by himself and drove by himself at the age of 91, not knowing what day of the week it is.
Not a chance.
That's
not a chance.
If that is the case,
not a chance.
I got a problem with that.
Where's Mitch McConnell?
I got a problem with that.
Where's Mitch McConnell?
I believe he's currently dead. I think he's currently dead.
Will you show me the film of him being alive, and
not
I'll show
alive.
you the film of Lee Corso driving himself to the airport.
If Lee Corso's on the roads, we got some problems here, man. We got some major issues.
By the way, side note,
I
best
digress.
day to leave San Diego, Tuesday.
Tuesday's a good day to get out of there.
Not a soul. Security was less than a minute.
Nice and light. Get
Oh,
through
it's
here.
great.
A couple of quick thoughts here at the Fan Text line, 503-864-6326. Then I'll get to my scenario here in a moment. Somebody said, I like Lanning, but he calls big games differently, and he can't win them. Yeah,
We got the new big game whoops, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the playoff outcomes the last 2 years are obviously alarming, and I don't disagree with that notion. I also like the idea of not winning. Like, what's your definition of a big game?
The playoff.
So that's the only ones that count?
I think
Does the Texas Tech game count?
Yes.
Okay, so he can win them?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Is the Big Ten championship a big game? Is playing Ohio State 1 versus 3, the biggest matchup in the history of Autzen Stadium, a big game?
I think that's a big game.
Okay. So yeah. That's the hard part that I have
Conference
with
title
it.
games are fascinating to me now. I don't know how to gauge conference title games anymore because it seems to suck to be a top 4 seed.
Yeah. They changed the four. I mean,
They're
now it's a little
1-8.
bit different but yeah, Indiana's the only one with the bye that has won after the bye and the layoff.
Right.
Everybody else has lost. That's the only thing. Look,
but it's a looming thing. Like, that's a real looming
Without a
narrative
doubt.
about him, and I think you
Without
can
a
be
doubt.
right to disagree with it because
he has won big games.
The only game he hasn't lost that he should have won was that Oregon State Civil War. He beats all of the teams he should beat.
Yeah.
There's not a doubt about it. Now, he also beat Ohio State, to your credit, to your point. He beat Texas Tech. That matters, right?
They were undefeated. That was an Orange Bowl. That was a playoff game.
But I think going into that, we didn't question whether they would win that game. I can't recall everybody's opinion that you and I had, all the opinions we had.
I think it depended on your view of Oregon and whether you like it or not.
But I think we both agreed that, like, we're taking Oregon to win this game.
They were the favorite in the game, no doubt.
And I noted after they were 6-0, and it felt like it was 20-0 with the way their defense was playing and how bad Tech's offense looked.
Right.
I just think
he has not won the most important game. I'm just pushing back on the narrative that he has not won a big. Like, we got to stop doing that.
The Washington games, I think, hurt people a lot.
Of course,
you lose multiple times in one season.
That's
to
where
a
this
rival.
started. Is he can't win a big game, and then the next year he beat Ohio State, and it was like, well, now he.
I know
he can win a big game.
But then it's how you lose to Ohio State.
But then he lost
right?
the second time.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm just pointing out he has indeed won a big game.
I would be gearing up mentally. Even if you don't agree with it after this season, that you're just like, come on, man, you can win a big game. They just haven't won the biggest game of their seasons yet.
Right.
You may come out with that same opinion, but if they don't win the national championship or even get to it,
that'll be the same. It's
going to be even
It's not
louder
going
next
anywhere.
year. Yeah.
Even if he wins, and I brought this up a couple weeks ago, even if you beat Ohio State in the regular season, that'll still be the narrative.
Yeah.
He can't win the big one.
Well, it
was a big one, but it's not the big one.
It'll
so
be
it's not,
do it in the playoff.
You just moved it. Okay, but yeah, you beat Ohio State in Columbus, but
It'll be doing
just,
the playoff.
Right. And hey, I'm there too. Do it when it matters most. Another one, as a Texas fan, I have no faith in Steve Sarkisian. Dan Lanning would look great in burnt orange. So Texas fans not high on their coach.
I can't answer for LSU. LSU fan is, I think, like Alabama fan, perpetually looking for the next Nick Saban or the guy to win the championship for them. I think what's fascinating is how some Duck fan might be weary or worried or concerned or whatever about Dan Lanning in these playoff games because of the way it's ended. They love him, though.
Yes.
I've been wondering for 2 years now.
From a personality standpoint, he blows Sarkisian out the water.
Yeah, Sark in Texas. I don't think Texas fan is married to Steve Sarkisian. I don't think Ohio State fan, until they won the title, was married to Ryan Day.
Notre Dame is with Marcus Freeman. They love him. Oregon is with Dan Lanning. They love him.
Miami is with Mario.
Cristobal, he fits.
Exactly.
He's a Miami man.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, like, the fan base is married or loves the coach. It's always, what are you going to do for me? And I think Texas and Sark are definitely in this relationship back and forth of, like, you going to win a natty or are you going to miss the playoff again with a quarterback with experience?
Just imagine, like, if they miss the playoff again this year, imagine saying Arch Manning did not make the college football playoff as a starter.
Well, what kind of season does he have? Because if it's similar to last year, I'm going to go, yeah, he was a disappointing player.
That'd be wild.
According to the hype around his name.
Expectations put on his shoulders. Somebody asking about Mike Elko. He is in a large group of Tier 3. The Tier 3 on that coaching list, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but you get Dillingham, right? Who else is in there? Bob Chesney, Bielema, Braum, Campbell.
Chesney
He's
being
that
in a Tier
category.
3 already is. Like, how is Satake Tier?
It's tough.
Like, there's some guys that I think deserve to be Tier 2, Tier 3. Like, if you think Satake's Tier 3, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's also BYU. How many players can they realistically get versus other programs?
And somebody making that argument with Whittingham that I disagree with, saying if Whittingham wasn't in Michigan, he wouldn't be in Tier 1, and I disagree with that completely. I think Whittingham is one of the most respected coaches in the sport, and there's the acknowledgement of you don't have the same resources everywhere, and to put yourself in the position you regularly put yourself in, that deserves a lot of credit, and that's kind of where I'm at with Satake. I chuckled just saying that Rich Rodriguez was in that tier. It's one thing to hold on to Dabo in Tier 1 from winning a couple of titles 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Rich Rodriguez got close to competing for a national championship 20 years ago and didn't do it.
Yeah.
How is that Tier 3 worthy? That was the one I'm like, what? Okay.
I don't want to be
All
named.
right.
How's Bronco Mendenhall?
Yeah, I don't get that
making
at
the
all.
list, and Clark Lee is the same level as Bronco Mendenhall.
They're in the same category as Elko and Dillingham and all Campbell, who did it for 10 years at Iowa State. Like, all right, man, all right. I saw that this was thrown out. I love when scenarios like this are thrown out because I think my answer is no. But I'm wondering if I'm wrong in having the answer of no. This came from the College Football Zone Twitter account, and it has about...
That sounds entirely fake.
It does, right? It's college football on X. They have about 4,000 votes on this, and to give you a glimpse of how split it is, 50.8% said yes, 49.2% said no. Here is the question. You're offered a deal that if you do not watch a single college football game this season, live, replay, highlights, none of it. Can't watch anything. But in return, your team goes undefeated and makes the national championship and has a 50-50 shot at winning it.
No deal.
It's a no deal, right?
It's a dumb deal.
It's a dumb deal.
That's not even, I'm not even thinking about that.
For a 50-50 shot at the title, I certainly would love, but not enough to miss the entire journey there.
It's easier.
It's about the friends we make along the way.
Exactly. It's a lot easier for you to sit here and say no deal because your team has probably a 50-50 chance.
They could do it.
Depending on the opponent and the matchups. My team doesn't. And I would even tell you with my team, no deal.
No deal.
Why would I not want to watch college football?
Right.
Do you know how many things that gets me out of in my life?
Right.
Hey, we got a dinner at my aunt's house.
Sorry, babe.
Sorry, there's a massive game that might talk 5 minutes about on Monday.
It's LSU Ole Miss weekend. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to make it.
Thing and a deal and a no deal.
No deal.
There's no deal. I wouldn't do that, and I want my team to win a Super Bowl.
Sure.
I wouldn't do that.
Not
in the
even for a
NFL.
Super Bowl? Yeah.
No.
What if I guarantee you a championship?
No.
Yeah.
You don't enjoy it. You wouldn't enjoy it.
I wonder if there's a scenario where could I DVR all the games and then watch them after the season? But then you would miss out on your championship
You don't
season.
get to react.
Yeah.
What a
Living and
miserable
dying
existence.
with the week in and week out of the ups and downs are worth it.
People need to be strong. Like, what's the poll results?
50.2% said
People
yes.
need a spine.
49 point, or whatever. It was basically 51-49 essentially.
How are you alive? You're not living and
down.
dying with the results of what your college team is doing. You can't get through a weekend without knowing what an 18 to 23-year-old's going to do.
Dude.
You don't deserve to be living.
I am so
What is
ready
your problem?
for underage kids to ruin my life and my
dude.
mood. I am so ready for
Why
that
is
to
this
happen.
19-year-old not doing what I said he would do on Thursday?
Some freshman fumbling a punt on the road at USC and me yelling at my TV. Dude, I can't wait to get there.
What's
Ruin my
wrong
life.
with him? His girlfriend dumped him on TikTok. Oh, I didn't know that.
Let's dive into, before we get to our buddy Ken Barkley at the top of the hour, a couple of baseball notes, including how far is this hole going to go? And a random stat thing I want to throw at you because it made me chuckle. That's next on The Fan. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Ken Barkley, will join us coming up 14 minutes from now. Been a while since. When was the last time we had him on? Halloween? Does that sound right?
Was it Christmas?
Christmas, maybe?
Did we have him on for the NCAA tournament?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, then
We
it
did
was,
not.
yeah.
It was Halloween or
Christmas
Christmas.
time.
It's almost been a year.
Yeah.
How is he doing?
What's the play?
What's the play? Ken Barkley will join us 14 minutes from now. We got Saturday Story coming up in the final hour of the show. There's a lot still to get to. I got just a random baseball stat that I saw. Kind of made me chuckle. I'll throw that at you in a moment.
You bringing baseball to a topic is fascinating.
Well, the Mark Walter thing is blowing my mind. They are
that's-
the most successful. That's a baseball story. He's the most
I guess that's
successful
true.
franchise in baseball.
I also view it as a Lakers story.
Yeah, but he's also the owner of the Dodgers before the Lakers.
Yeah.
What team has won back-to-back championships?
Dodgers.
What team is going to lead to a lockout this offseason?
Wow.
They are. Like, you can disagree with the notion of it. They are going to lead to a lockout. Yeah. Whether you like it or not. We're going to have a lockout this year, and it's primarily because of what the Dodgers have done. And now all of this is coming out, and it's feeling as if this is Bernie Madoff 2.0.
I mean, I don't know how you don't have the takeaway.
And he might not go to prison because we have a president who you can buy a pardon from him, and so that's probably what Mark Walter's strategy is going to be.
Well, he gave him a World Series ring, and I think they caught Trump saying, like, out loud, don't have to report this.
Yeah, dude. Like, we know how this goes. Anybody who pays attention to the news does. Yeah. He has $1.1 billion coming due in 6 weeks. Mark Walter does. Not the Lakers, not the insurers. In February, this comes from Eric Jackson. His holding company signed an equity commitment to help buy Clear Channel Outdoor, the billboard company, along with Abu Dhabi's Mubadala Capital, for $1.1 billion payable at closing. And then he owes $6.5 billion to an insurance regulator by the end of the calendar year. That is $7.6 billion due in 90 days. The commitment letter is dated February 9, 2026. The grand jury subpoenas reached his insurers this same month. It is insane. And then added on top of that, it absolutely seems like a Ponzi scheme, what's going on behind the scenes. One of the things that gives the Dodgers their biggest advantage in spending money is their local TV deal. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. They don't have to revenue share because they inked the deal when they went bankrupt, and so they reached a sweetheart deal that lasts another 14 years. He tried to buy him out of that TV deal.
He approached him, to give him
saying,
cash
give
right
me
now.
a lump sum. I'll let you out of this TV deal that's $300 million because I need the cash. That's how bad this is behind the scenes, that the owner of the team has something that is the biggest advantage over all of his competitors, and he's trying to buy out of it 14 years or 13 years before the deal runs out. And look, I don't know where this is going to go. Again, he's probably not going to go to prison because rules don't matter for rich people in America anymore. But I every time I see an update on this, it's blowing my mind. And this is the back-to-back defending champion LA Dodgers owner who seems to be Bernie Madoff 2.0.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think we're saying the same thing here. I can't believe somebody bought the Lakers and about a year later they had to sell it.
That shows you in how much bad financial shape they're in. He needs liquid assets. He can't tie it up in owning a team.
I also don't know how Kushner and Iger have the money for this. People have looked at their net worths. It's not $12.5 billion.
I don't know how any of that stuff works.
There's another guy that there's not being talked about. They think behind the scenes is actually the money behind all of it, but they're letting Iger and Kushner be the kind of face-fronting side of this. And then you got the Jeannie Buss lawsuit against her own family for trying to sell the remaining Buss stakes, and she doesn't want to give it up. It is a wild story because right now it's got all the stench of Bernie Madoff 2.0.
Yes.
The problem is it does not matter what you do, fraud, no fraud, you ain't going to prison. And I think that much is abundantly clear for Mark Walters. I think he has done enough to secure stuff for the federal government where he is going to get probably a pardon out of this. And if the worst case scenario is he's going to be limited to never being able to do certain things, and he's never going to own a sports franchise again. Other than that, it's just utterly nuts that the owner of a Lakers Dodgers is so cash-strapped that he has to go to a TV network and beg them for an upfront lump sum to get out of a deal that any team in baseball, if they could benefit the way the Dodgers have, would never want to get out of.
Right.
So what's happened in the last week or so with Mark Walter when it was announced that he was being investigated?
Yeah, I remember that was a little blip on the radar. Like, oh, that's interesting.
There's federal probe going into it, and you're like, oh, okay, that's wow, really? And then boom, within a week, all of this is ramped up to the point where we know he needs cash straight up because he doesn't have the amount that he owes by the end of the calendar year.
Yeah, and I saw there was a clip from Ramona Shelburne this morning saying the Dodgers aren't for sale, and I chuckle at that, dude. Like, she's certainly plugged in and has insight in ways that I don't. If I would have asked you a month ago, are the Lakers for sale? What would your answer have been?
A month ago?
No,
I mean, no.
That was not on anybody's radar. We were on the air. You were on vacation when that happened. It was like, what? It happened while we were on the air.
I'm telling you, I saw it on YouTube double take. I'm like, no way.
What? Who bought those? And it was the Kushner cat who was trying to buy FIFA and put all that cash into the World Cup and give spread that money around. And that thankfully got shot down by the soccer bros out there. It's just like the idea that somebody has an ownership stake in the franchise, in the TV deal, or the TV company that broadcasts those games. That's the biggest TV deal in the history of sports from a local standpoint. And then also owns the insurance companies that are servicing the debt and the restructuring of finances behind. Like, it just, none of that should be legal. How was all of this allowed to go on?
Yeah.
And the added layer of all of this is the fact that the Lakers story was shocking because you just don't see somebody buy a team and then a year later sell it. That just doesn't happen, let alone the valuation going up $2 billion. That made me chuckle, especially with LeBron leaving.
Well, it's a brand that, I mean, they haven't
I get it.
been sold.
I know.
Like, this is a $10
billion to $12 billion.
brand.
It's like, all right, what changed $2 billion in 16 months? You know,
people text me, it's like, Tom, doesn't he make $1 billion? Would he sell it right now?
I hope so. Let's do it, man. Get out of here, Tom. Should have sold to Phil Knight years ago when you had the chance. But just the idea that this is the guy in the team who is, whether we like it or not or agree with the sentiment or not, they're leading to a lockout in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Hassan's already said it's going to happen in December.
We're going to miss games. Now, how many games do we miss? Is it the entire season, half a season, quarter season? Nobody knows. And at some point, you hope that clear heads prevail and we get an answer that saves the sport and gets us out of that nightmare. It is just hilarious for a league who, like, a lot of people want to defend what they've done behind the scenes because they're spending money in ways that, why isn't your owner spending money? And the counter argument to that is that people don't have that level of a TV deal where you don't have to, like, we don't have the financial ability to do that. That is the argument. But now that it's coming out that they're essentially just funneling the money in a circle from an insurance company, a TV channel, and a baseball team, like, that's why they're able to do this. And that's why it's that big of a deal. And it's only going to amplify the calls for a lockout and stopping them operating the way that no other team is allowed to operate.
Well, the one thing, too, I would say is, like, the Lakers are having to restructure their organization because of the sale. And there's some concern that the restructuring of everything at this point, because we're only about a month away from camp.
Yeah.
And then you're about, a month and a half, almost 2 months away from the season
game starting. Yeah, middle of October.
And so there's restructuring things they're trying to figure out. The Dodger thing, I can't speak as a Dodger fan, but what I would say as somebody that's been following the Dodgers and seeing them have this dominant run where they're getting all the players, it's kind of an odd thing that if he has to sell, I'm just not concerned. I don't think you're going to go through what was the guy that...
Frank McCourt.
Frank McCourt. You're not going to go through a Frank McCourt situation because if they're on the market, the richest people that want to
buy him,
they'll buy him.
Yep.
They have one player that's an entire economy just by himself.
The question that I have that lingers to this, though, is simply that the biggest financial benefit they have currently, outside of the Shohei Ohtani economy, which is a thing, is their TV deal.
Yeah.
And is that blown up as a part of this because it's seen as fraudulent behind the scenes?
The fact that they didn't get out of it probably helps, right?
It does, but if this guy's getting tied down for fraudulent activity and he also owns, by the way, the television channel that gave the deal to the Dodgers.
Yeah. Well, the guy that tried to buy the Blazers with Phil Knight, I know he's a Dodger guy.
He's a Dodger. I can't remember his name. But
I don't know what the percentage stake of the ownership group is.
Secondary guy in L.A.
Right. I know he's not the front-facing one, but, like, I don't know what the percentage looks like with the remaining group and then who comes in to buy. I just, because it's the Dodgers, I have a hard time believing sans the lockout that all that's going to get blown
That
up.
I agree with. Yeah, that point is valid. I'm just curious where this all goes. I don't know how. Every day there's a new story that comes out and something that drops. I'm like, the hole just got a little bit deeper every day.
Well, and it's iconic franchises, the Lakers, Dodgers. That's just crazy.
The random stat is the last player to hit a home run for the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs was Sin-Shu Chu in 2013. I saw that yesterday, and I thought that's kind
of
depressing.
Are the Reds about to make the playoffs?
No, that's the whole point. They're not going again. They have not had a player hit a home run in a playoff game since 2013.
Why are you giving me a Red stat?
I don't know. I saw it yesterday, and I thought, God, that's crazy and depressing simultaneously.
Is that the year they lost to your team?
No, that would have been 2012.
Yeah,
they got back the next year. Poor Reds fans. Same for the Pirates. They haven't hit one since 2013 as well. We got a lot to get to in the final hour. Stat or story at 9:27. But we start with our good buddy, Ken Barkley. His long-awaited return to the program is next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Mitchell looking for more. Does she have it? Oh my! She's unstoppable.
Oh, Kelsey Mitchell. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
The Fever in
Fever?
Toronto.
Are they hot? Do they have a fever?
They're
for
hot,
fever?
hot. They're hot right now. I saw the Angel Reese miss layup for the win and then losing in overtime to Caitlin Clark.
Ooh, that happened.
That made half of America super happy.
Yes, the people who don't watch the WNBA but saw that highlight
They saw the
of a
highlight.
missed layup.
They got to laugh. They got to enjoy. But the Fever playing good basketball right now. They go to Toronto, and they beat the tempo. Kelsey Mitchell laying wood with the Fever. Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them on Southeast Stark Street or check them out online, mrplywoodinc.com.
The wood has been loaded. The nail.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks led all Big Ten teams with 3 players named to the first team of the preseason AP All-American College Football Team. Quarterback Dante Moore, defensive tackle Lamora Washington, and transfer safety Coy Barrich. On the second team, cornerback Brandon Finney Jr. from the Ducks as well. To the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting Saints running back Alvin Kamara going to miss the next month with a sprained MCL, while Chargers starting center Tyler Biadasz out indefinitely, suffered damage to his ACL and other injuries to his left knee during Tuesday's joint practice with the 49ers. Tonight's the home MLS debut for new Timbers manager Martí Cifuentes. Timbers welcome San Diego FC to Providence Park. 7:30 kick. Our pregame coverage on the Fan starts at 6:30 following primetime. Timbers, a -105 favorite on the money line. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader at 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hope your Wednesdays are off to a great start. The band is all back together, and I mean that in more ways than one, because my co-host has returned from vacation from
so good.
San Diego. He has made his return. You know who else is making their return today? I mean, just the people. The Ken Barkley P1s are here. They're going to start jumping into our YouTubes. Hopefully their time zones are correct here.
What's the play?
If you're listening all over the country, Ken Barkley, ladies and gentlemen. The chicks dig him. What's up, Ken? How we doing, buddy?
I'm great. Did I see this? Am I the only guest on the show today?
You were
really true?
Yeah, you're the only one.
Solo dolo.
What happened there?
What do you mean?
When you have a Ken Barkley, it carries the weight of two guests.
You blow it all out.
We don't need more than one guest here.
That's a great point. Well, welcome back together to the two of you, I guess, too. I hope your summer was great. And also us, the three of us doing stuff together. That's great, too. Can I give a shout-out to your producer for a second? Jason,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Jason.
Yes.
Voice of the Portland Pilots. All this is coming back to me in real time as I'm doing this. When I was in college, I did an internship at an ESPN sports radio affiliate, and they had me do the updates, like the 20-minute updates, whatever you just heard Jason do if you're listening to the show. Yeah. And I talk really fast, so they thought that would be a great thing for me to try to do. Like, hey, you have this delivery where you can go really fast and still kind of enunciate things. Why don't you try doing the updates? And when I say, like, I'm glad these things aren't available, I have them on a tape somewhere. I mean, I bombed so bad. I remember it was like during when Barry Bonds was like on steroids and people knew he was on steroids. And so like it was the home run chase and all that stuff. And I would write these updates and I would I just can't even explain, like, terrible language, poor delivery, all this stuff. I learned a lot in that update. Jason killed that update. That was I knew the Biadasz thing because that's kind of important for betting, but like, yes. I would just later in the show, if you have him on for a minute, have him pronounce that Timbers' new coach name again. There were like 6 different accents being applied to different syllables there. Like, I don't know where the accents were on the letters, but like every vowel had something going on. I don't know, like, what nationality he is necessarily, but there was some good stuff. There was some good stuff going on. This is all complimentary, by the way. This is not
thank you.
Yeah.
I can't do any of that. Yeah. I hosted a show. I can't do that update. That was very specific. That was a great job.
It's a very kind compliment, and you're not wrong. He's doing 80 jobs at once. He still has to give these updates. The only problem I have is when he gets the name wrong, which does occasionally happen, to be like, can you tell him he's saying the name wrong? Or we'll do this, Ken. We'll go, coming up next, you'll never believe what these people think of the Oregon Ducks. And then he'll go, the Oregon Ducks coming in at number 6 in the latest poll. And you're like, thanks for ruining my old team.
That's that tease. No need to listen to the segment.
An NFL team loses a starter to injury. You'll never believe which one. I'm Jason. Chargers center Tyler Biadasz is going to be out 6 weeks.
Exactly.
Just completely dumping all over the tees.
Right.
I love the review of the update. It's great to have you back. It's just good to hear your voice. We miss you, Ken. You got a betting guide out. We have a specific question about your betting guide we need to talk about. But before we do, we like starting in a very specific way with you, and so I will throw this at you. I got to this on the show yesterday. This is over in your neck of the woods to a certain extent. There is a rabid beaver that's attacking people at a Maryland, I think it's a little lake or a river, and it's coming after people. If a rabid beaver charges at Ken Barkley, scared, intimidated, kick it out of the way, what's your reaction?
I'm going to answer this question, but something needs to be addressed in sort of how you framed the question. Have you lived on the West Coast for your entire life?
My entire life, yes.
Okay. There is nothing remotely similar about Maryland and Connecticut.
You're right there in a pocket, Northeast pocket.
I can't really emphasize this enough. I'd be like, yeah, you're in Maine, right? Your neck of the woods. In Miami, Florida today, there was I don't know what would be rabid down there, an alligator or something.
Rabid alligators are chasing after you on your neck of the woods.
You know, the rabbit-gator. Yeah, we got it. So if a rabid beaver charges me.
Yes, you're at a lake enjoying a day with your family.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said the family part. I actually think about this sometimes. I don't know if other parents think about this. I'm not brave. Like, I don't have a lot of physical bravery. I guess I'm brave in, like, other ways, decisions I make, whatever. That's not the point. From, like, a physical, like, fighting, defending things, physical, whatever. Like, I didn't serve in the military, you know, like, all that stuff. I don't have a lot of bravery stored up here. So I think about this because we get bears in my neighborhood all the time. And this time of year, too. My trash reeks right now. My wife and I were just talking about this where I was like, we got to get this stuff out of here because there's going to be some bears coming through. And I always think about this. I go, well, obviously, if it's just you and a bear comes along, see ya, you know, like, how fast can I run? Or
right.
I'm not going to do the, like, act brave and try to scare the bear away. But, like, especially when my kids were younger, they're, like 7 and 8 now. So, like, not so much anymore. But if I have them and I'm in, like, a rabid beaver situation, just to spin it back to your animal choice, like, I always think about this where I almost go, oh no, I have to be brave. Like, oh, no. And I'm sure there's a bunch of parents out there that are like, yeah, like, I've thought about it too. Like, I'm not brave at all. But you, like, I have to do that. Like, like, I love my kids, all that stuff. Like, I protect them, of course. But, like, oh no, like, this is going to be really bad because it's just, a lot of us are domesticated. We're not in these situations all the time. I actually think about this all the time when I'm outside with my kids, where I go, like, it's just this time of year because we've had so many bears around, where I go, like, please let this not be the day that I'm, like, with them. And then all of a sudden there's a bear, like, 10 feet from us. And it's, there's the old scene. I mean, like, I saw The Matrix is like 26 years old or 27 years old, that movie. But there's the closing scene of the movie is basically Keanu Reeves' character, Neo, like, he should run away from the agent that gets off the train, this, like, whatever, supernatural computer thing, monster. He, like, should run away. And he like stands there, and then he actually turns around and chooses to, like, face the agent in combat. And it cuts away to Lawrence Fishburne's character Morpheus, and he goes, like, the guy's like, what's he doing? And he's like, he's beginning to believe. It's like, and, like, I picture this happening, right? Like, I'm on the trail with my kids or whatever. And it's like, bear comes out, my wife's, like, in the car, my daughter runs over to you, like, what's dad doing? And in this case, she would be like, he's peeing his pants, or something like that. It would be something completely different. But I actually think I'd run a rabbit. Was he foaming like a rabbit?
Yeah, I don't know. Can't you kick a beaver?
Well, here's the thing. Can I just interject here? Because I didn't know he was going to throw an animal thing at you. I just got back from San Diego yesterday, and we went to the zoo, right? The famed San Diego Zoo.
Oh,
and
they have SeaWorld. Do they still have that there? All that stuff?
SeaWorld is still a thing, although, they've canceled some of the bigger fish in SeaWorld, so now it's like mainly roller coasters and trout, whatever. We go to the San Diego Zoo, and we start, and there's, like, reptiles, and then there's flamingos, and you're working your way through this big-ass zoo, and almost every single thing, I actually asked myself in the wild how I think I'd fare. And they've done poll results on this. There are people that legitimately believe they would beat an eagle in a fight, or they would beat a bear, or something crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then you get into person, and you see these animals right in front of you, and I'm asking myself this question, and maybe an hour and a half later, a giant beetle that was green was flying where everybody was walking, and it almost hit me in the head. I ducked and went, ah! And I was like, I couldn't beat any of these things.
It was probably higher pitched than that, let's be honest.
It was
probably even. It was like at least an octave.
It was. Yeah. And so, like, if I'm reacting that way with a beetle, what am I doing when a lion is running near us? I'm cooked. It's over. There's no chance. I wouldn't beat any of these things. Nobody's beating a beaver. A beaver is beating you.
Ready for this? Ready for one of the great transitions that's ever happened? Yes. Like, oh yeah, people think they can beat an animal. People think they can kill a lion. people also think they can beat NFL markets. There's a bunch of things that people think they can do that they're not, So,
well done.
yeah.
Well done. That's why he's the best right there.
Jason to write that one down.
I don't like jokes.
Oh, that's great.
I actually do like jokes. That's actually the best part. I didn't like whatever joke that was. I probably didn't like that one, but I like other jokes.
We want to get people a proper heads up. I wanted to invite you on one because we haven't talked to you either since Christmas or Halloween. We couldn't remember what holiday it was, but you have a new guide coming out. We don't talk to you very often. Talk to you a couple times a year, which is great. We want to give people a heads up on this, but we also want to note something that we've brought up to you, and I haven't seen the guide yet. And if it's in there, please correct the record. But Dirt came up with an idea of I hope this is in your guide because it's a funny name of a chapter or a part of your guide.
Is there a trap section of your guide, courtesy of the fan in Portland?
There isn't. I have so many things I can go to off this, and I have a question for you guys too.
Ooh, okay.
But there's no trap section in the guide.
Okay.
But there is kind of a section about, I don't know, getting trapped by news and what's happening in the preseason and how we're in this time of year. I mean, just listen to the Tyler Biotish. It's you would think World War III is happening the way that this injury is being treated because there's just nothing else going on. That's just kind of where we are. There'll be some NFL weekend where there's 6 other amazing trades in other sports, and you actually won't care as much as you care about Tyler Biotish right now because there's nothing else going on at the same time. So sometimes when we get into this time, one of the chapters is basically about when there is a big NFL story, how it just dominates things so much and moves all the markets around that you can actually buy the other side, and it's pretty good. So last year, right, everybody thinks Matthew Stafford's back is going to fall apart and come out of his body basically, and he ends up winning MVP. Whoops. And then Micah Parsons gets traded to the Packers. He becomes the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. They become one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. No, not so much. Actually, Parsons gets hurt. The Packers don't do anything in the playoffs, all this stuff. So, that's an example. There's no trap section, and I appreciate you promoting the guy. I'll just real quick, you can go to my Twitter account at Lockie Lockerson if you're actually interested in buying it. Ordering info's on there. You DM me. It's super easy, whatever. But I have a question for you.
Okay.
So this is really important. I have a problem, and you two are. I can't believe I'm even saying this. You two are the best people to help me solve this problem.
Thank you. That's what we're here for.
I can't even think of another situation where this would be true, but I actually think it's true in this case because we share this rapport. Rapport, as my daughter calls it, repertoire. We share this rapport where we talk about trap games. Mm-hmm. We talk about games where traps are being set. Where what does Vegas want you to do?
The trap.
You know what I mean? Double trap game is even worse.
Pie, I would say the pie is cooling on the windowsill, and sort of in the cartoon fashion, it's
so good.
It wafts and it lures you in, and then all of a sudden, you fall in a bear trap or something. You got trapped. I have a problem. I took time out of my day earlier today to look at the board for week 1. I don't think I know what the trap game is.
Oh, easy.
And it's early.
Easy.
The trap. Who sets a trap 3 weeks in advance? By the way, you wait to set the trap. It doesn't happen. So, the trap hasn't even been set yet. I have a couple. Do you guys? And I can filibuster a little while you bring up the week 1.
Yeah, I just had to pull up the slate. I haven't fully dove into my traps yet for week 1.
I work in radio. I get it. You need to open up the site. I got it. So, I'll give you a couple thoughts that I have. My first thought, actually, because I went through every game and I scrolled down, I was like, no, and I got all the way to the end and I go, wait, I'm at the end. How can it all be no? And I look back and I go, well, am I overthinking it? Isn't it the opener? Isn't that the correct answer?
Yeah.
The last time we saw these teams play, it was 1-0.
Yep.
What? So for people, Seattle hosting New England, Seattle 3.5, by the way, on Wednesday night, because let's just change this around again. It's 3, Seattle 3, and what happened the last time? Just completely ran them off the field in every area. just completely. Seattle's on Hard Knocks. The JSN route tree thing was crazy. People who haven't seen that, find that on Twitter. That thing was awesome. Is my radar way off here? It's mid-August. Is that the trap, or is there another trap?
That's a great trap.
That's a solid trap.
I would say if it's not number 1, it's a 1A, 1B thing for me looking through the slate. Because I've actually gone through this to try to tell myself where I think the trap is being laid, because I am the idiot. Now, that being said, the other candidate I have is actually, it's to me, it's obvious. It may not be obvious to you.
Okay.
The Monday Night Football game is Denver at Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's the number in that?
Kansas City
-3. When I see that, I think Denver coming in. People like them. They were 14-3. This
AFC title game.
AFC title game. They would have been in the Super Bowl. Bo Nix was healthy.
Mahomes ACL.
Yeah, Mahomes looks weird. He's throwing passes to the back of the helmet. They're old.
Weird.
It's weird. I'm taking
He's got a
Denver.
funny haircut or something.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
This is the.
Mahomes hasn't shaved in a couple days, looking all weird. Yeah, cool. So, yeah.
Their defense is being kind of revamped because they made the McDuffie trade. This is the easy. I'm taking Denver plus the 3. Hold on. That's where the trap lay. Trap is Denver plus the 3. You should really take the Chiefs minus the 3. We're back.
If you're being you've declared us back already. We're 3 weeks away from the season. That's great. We're not actually back.
No.
You guys are back, and I guess then the 3 of us are back. Whatever. There's a lot of backing going on. If
big backs here, come on, what are we doing?
If you're being big back guy over here, let me tell you. Pardon my take. If you're being really honest with yourself, aren't you like you've sort of incepted yourself to create a trap? So you just get to bet Patrick Mahomes.
Right. You just talk yourself in a circle to do the bet you wanted to do initially.
You're going to bet Mahomes? No, you don't understand. There's a lot of science behind this one. You don't get it. You wouldn't understand. I mean, you wouldn't get it, but I get it.
Can I throw one trap at you, Ken? Can I throw another one at you? Because I looked at the slate.
One too. I have like a dog reverse trap. Too.
Okay.
I have one of those.
Oh, I like a dog reverse. That better be a category because I'm buying the guide if you give me those because those are all over the map.
How have we not
a
coordinated?
Dog reverse guy.
Zoom call with the 3 of us off air where we put a chapter in your betting guide, the myth or the non-myth of the trap.
This is what idiots fall into, and this is why you're terrible gamblers. Why Chicago?
But you don't want to give the full explanation.
No,
this is a bit that can last decades. I'm going to write a chapter about it right now. No way.
Valid argument.
Yeah, I'll write a chapter about it in 2052. I'll have a robot do it. Yeah,
AI will get it done for you. As I look at Week 1 slate, the biggest trap for me is Chicago on the road at Carolina. Ben Johnson says he wants to be. We're the highest scoring offense in the history of the league.
Sub a field goal, right?
So it's minus 2.5. Carolina still has a 4'7" quarterback. The last time I checked, the only reason they were in the playoffs was because they play in the NFC South and that division blows.
Because the Falcons won,
right? And Chicago is like, hey, this is big expectations, and Caleb's back for another year. And Ben Johnson and the highest scoring offense in the history of the league, 2.5. That's the biggest trap for me because that's the kind of line that I look at and I go, oh my God, I'm hammering that. And then you look up in the third quarter and the Panthers are up by 10, and I think you know what I did, Ken? I fell into the trap again.
I hate to say it.
Oh, you agree?
Because I didn't think of it. Yeah, I think you actually found it.
That's a good trap, is it not?
It's a great trap.
My dumb brain looks at that and says, I'm hammering Chicago. It's sub a field goal. Why would I not do that?
There was also a really funny dynamic you two had going there where you had like one was a hype man for the other as he was like arguing, what is this? And be like, and like Chicago, this is the best offense of the league. And then you have like this, and it's like,
the trap is real, Ken. That's what we do. We support each other.
Whatever the last couple words were of the sentence, you just yell it as much as you can. Yeah, like Caleb Williams, thinks he lead the league of passing. So it's just like, you must be back. You must be back. I think you got it. Let me give you the reverse trap real quick.
What's your reverse trap?
I thought about this one too. So if you just, I like looking at, not to make my own bets, but I really I'm interested in, just for football, what everyone's betting. I just think it's really funny sometimes what people choose to bet on and what they don't choose to bet on. So it's like, all right, what's like the team that people are betting the most to go over their win total this year? Like honestly, if you asked me like, who do you think, I don't even know what my first pick would have been before I looked at this, or like, who does everyone think the breakout coach, star, anybody is going to be? People really, really, really think the Giants are going to be way better this year because obviously they had the standout coaching hire of the offseason with John Harbaugh. And, like Jackson Dart, for whatever you think of him, like it's New York and he kind of has like a little whatever coolness going on. I don't know. I'm like making up stuff right now, but they hired John Harbaugh and the win total is really low. So, and they have like some young players, whatever. So a lot of people are betting them to go over. Like it's the most bet win total, I think, of any win total over or under, just in terms of like volume of how many bets have come in on it, which is a good, just what's everybody betting on. They're a dog. I think, is that the Sunday night game in week one?
Yep.
They're a dog at home of less than a field goal to Dallas. I actually really like Dallas this year. I think Dallas might be really good. I've like sort of flirted with the idea of betting Dak Prescott to win MVP. Their win total is pretty high, 9.5. Like, is is that one of those like Sunday night game, like let's bet on? It kind of reminds me of what Bill Belichick North Carolina opener last year, when it's like, yeah, Bill Belichick, like I don't need to see anything else, and then it's like, all right, after the first half, it's 28-0 TCU. It's like, oh, okay. Like, is this going to be one of those where it's like, yeah, John Harbaugh like really turning things around there? And it's like, well, if you're just joining us, Dak Prescott has 4 first half touchdowns against someone in the Giants secondary because I don't know anybody, and like it just is it one of those? I think reverse trap candidate there. So there you go.
I love it. I'm with you 100%. I do want to make sure you can explain to people like what they'd be getting with the betting guide. I also want to point out something, because I think when this whole thing started, the questions we'd throw at you, I think, made your brain hurt in a way that you didn't think possible. Like, this is how some people around the country see football.
Yeah.
I have bad news for you. We have now cycled together. Dirt has a ticket on the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl, so you have fallen into our trap.
You just made me feel so good with that answer,
Ken. Amazing with
you telling me you're in on the Cowboys.
Super Bowl trap.
That is the highlight of my Wednesday, dude. Everything is turned around here. Can I ask you on that note, because I do want to get to the betting guide. On the future stuff, is there anything in college football that you're doing right now? Because my team is in the mix for this, and I remember a couple years ago we had the show bet that led to Sprague searching your address, and we don't need to get back into that topic again.
Yeah,
but the Bears are there
right now.
Your hedges are looking, the hedges are looking fantastic, by the way. But you had Michigan, and you thought like kind of the blueprint. Are you in on that in college football this year, or now that you're out of the media, are you just mainly NFL?
I don't look at most things, but I do still look at who I think can win, because I still think it's really interesting. And I do. Wait, so would you pick Oregon? Like,
they're just in the category of a team of like, I'm curious what the metrics and what, like, from the history of what it's looked like to win a championship, do they fall into that category for you?
Well, and you know what your producer Jason informed me of in that update that he did, that they had 3 players selected to first team all whatever. Was that one of those things, or second team? Yeah, all conference, whatever that was. I don't know.
Dan Lanning's the CBS preseason coach of the year. It's one of the most prestigious awards you can win.
I didn't know any of that, and then I listened to Jason's update. Now I feel like I know a lot of stuff. That's the whole point of the updates. The 2 teams, well, actually, there's really only one team that I am like pretty sort of, hey, who's Ken Barkley's whatever college football playoff champion preseason pick? Just rolls off the tongue. The answer would be Notre Dame would be my favorite team. That's not contrarian. Like, you'll go click on whatever sportsbook sponsors your show, and you'll go click on that sportsbook. You'll be like, oh man, Ken says no. Oh, they're one of the favorites.
Right.
Never mind. I have like one of my friends who I do a lot of college football work, who does smarter stuff than I do. He loves Texas, and then he has Notre Dame second. And then you'll be like, oh, well, let me go, but they're the co-favorite. Like, oh, okay. So there's no, I think when Indiana happened last year, anytime this happens, I think probably true with the Seahawks last year into this year is my guess too, where people are going to go, oh, well, like Seahawks, they were like 60-1 before the season. Like, who's the next Seahawks? Like, who's the next Indiana? Right. And it's like, well, that's not really what the point was of those things happening. So they're 2 sort of different cases, but Indiana, just real quick, like, they made the playoffs the year before. Like, we all just didn't believe it, because there was no track record beyond that season. But the idea that it was like they won 4 games the year before and then won the championship, like, that didn't happen. That's not what happened. Like, Indiana won 1 billion games the year before. They were rated really highly. So odds were crazy, but just like, did a really good team from the year before win the next year? Yes, definitely happened. Last year, Indiana was really good. Then they won. Like, it's not, so I guess my advice is just like, don't get too crazy. College football, historically a sport, it's crazy in the games. Like, you watch Saturday, crazy stuff happens. It's not crazy with who wins.
Right.
Like, did anybody watch Indiana in the playoff week by week and not think the next week they were going to win 1,000,000-0? Like, did anybody think that as it was happening? And there'll be contrarian cases, but like Ohio State the year before, it's like, yeah, I mean, the Notre Dame game was like a little, it's just like, did anybody not think, like, realistically, they were you start to get that vibe with teams as you get more than halfway through the season. It'll happen again, probably. Notre Dame is what team it can happen for. Ohio State it can happen for. Texas it can happen for. There are other teams, but like, it's going to be one of those teams, probably. Like, it just is. Like, there's, to have another Indiana, you'd have to have a team that made the playoff, that has like the best coach ever and a certain roster composition. Like, I don't think that team happened last year. I can think back. Maybe there is a team that I'm missing them, and I apologize. But like, that's not Miami. That's not really what that was. It's not any of the other teams. So yeah, it's going to be one of the best teams. Yeah. I'll pick Notre Dame.
Okay. Before we let you go, because we're way over it, and we knew we would when we talked to you.
Sure. Those damn Beavers and East Coast geography threw us off, man.
Quickly, the betting guide. If people were to reach out and want to get Ken Barkley's general thoughts and feelings of how he's viewing certain metrics in the NFL season with all the really good teams and a lot of questions that are looming. What can they expect to get with a betting guide from one Ken Barkley?
Well, just, it's a hop, skip, and a jump down to old Washington, D.C. from here. I want to go down there. So
you going down to West Virginia for lunch today?
Maryland. Yeah. Okay. Yes, hopped on my bicycle and rode down there. Yeah, so I just, okay. I appreciate you letting me promote the guide. It's just, for whatever, it's 15 seconds here. If you go to my Twitter account at Lockie Lockerson, you can DM me and order it. It's a very easy process. I really like writing. It's like my favorite thing to do. I just figured that out about myself, that's like my favorite creative outlet. So I just wrote a bunch of stuff. Surprise team for this year. Who can win the Super Bowl? Favorite win total bets. Every major reward market with like 1 billion words of explanation. So if any of that sounds interesting, buy it. I would encourage you to do so. That's it.
There it is. Ken Barkley. Lockie Lockerson on Twitter. We miss your Musk. Let's do this again. Maybe Spooky Caesarson. That would be nice to have again. Costumes. We can get into it. Eat some candy together.
On YouTube in a costume? Can we do that?
I think we got ideas here, Ken.
I think you're going to like my costume this year, Ken. If we can get you on YouTube around Halloween, I think you're going to like my costume.
Our people will get in touch with your people, a.k.a. Jason, okay?
Dress up as a map of the East Coast. It'll be good. Yeah. Is there going to is there another update coming on right after this?
No. In a few
When's
more
the next
minutes,
update?
It should be now. We just
it
went
comes
really
in
long.
6 minutes. We call it a fupdate because we jump on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you preempted
probably wrote an update too.
He's very upset with us right now. We love you, Ken.
Love you guys too. Talk to you soon.
There you go. Ken Barkley. Great stuff. Lockie Lockerson. I miss him. Used to be a weekly. For those who don't know, he used to do You Better You Bet.
Good.
We had him on every week. Him and Nick Costos did a great show talking gambling, and he quit the show in media
straight up
to
quit.
Be a professional sports gambler.
And it's worked out.
Made a lot of. He's doing good. He's doing good. And so he's got a betting guide out, Lockie Lockerson. He's a great Twitter follow and a good friend of the program. All righty. Will we have time for stat or story? Probably not, but we'll try it next on The Fan.
Now, here's a
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, a little blast from the past. Enigmatic Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios, who's had all his run-ins over the years, but he announced on his Instagram account that he failed a recent drug test on the ATP Tour for cocaine. It's still around. He quotes, "I recently failed a drug test in Mallorca, testing positive for cocaine. Made a huge mistake and take full responsibility for it." Not sure if Kyrgios is going to try to play again anytime soon.
Did you see the Marte story, too? He just was in with the team and didn't show up?
It's a very weird one going on.
Not the first time he's pulled that stunt.
Did we figure that out, or is everything...
He's getting an MRI in his knee back in Arizona.
I know, but he just didn't show up to the game.
Speaking of cocaine, did you see the Penn State cocaine story?
No, missed that one.
Oh, the student.
They tied...
Pledge-Kabar.
Yeah, Pablo Pledge-Kabar was his name. He was running like a cocaine ring of fraternities at Penn State, and everybody said, now we know where Dan Lanning went before the game last year.
Fun fact for you from the San Diego Zoo. Saw the pandas.
Oh,
and let me just say, the red panda, cooler than the regular panda. Mainly because it's too hot, and pandas, they sleep during the day, so we didn't really see the panda do anything. It just slept. Red panda was at least moving. At birth, panda cubs are the size of a stick of butter.
There you go.
That blows your mind a little bit.
They weigh 1,000 times bigger by the time they become an adult.
We talked about it earlier. The Mariners lost 22-0 last night to the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yes, they did.
Well, fun fact for you. And there are 21 games totaling the preseason, regular season, and playoffs for the Seattle Seahawks last year.
Yeah.
They gave up fewer points than the Mariners last night in 17 of the 21.
There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Judgment Call with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network.
All right, went a little long there with Ken Barkley. That happens. It is stat or story time, and boy, oh boy, do we got to go fast. Let's jump right in.
Turn burn.
Are you ready? Your number today is 4. Four.
Yeah.
Is it the number of games played by Joe Alt last year for the Chargers, as their starting center got hurt yesterday in camp? Unconfirmed how long he will be out.
Not sounding great, though.
They also had Johnson go down with a lower body injury, limping off. Biotish had to get carted off the field. Johnson, I think, walked off on his own power by the limp. So, the Chargers just doing Charger things right out of the gate. Number of games played by Joe Alt, or the number of different alien races that one astrophysicist who worked at the Pentagon for decades claims he has seen inside the possession of the United States government.
4 different alien races? Stat.
I think Alt only played 3, so I'm going to go story.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Sorry. Yeah, I did that the right order. Sorry. But your logic was wrong. He played 6 games last year. Joe Alt did.
Okay.
He played a couple at the start, got hurt, and then came back for like 2 or 3 games, and then got hurt again.
Gotcha.
And then his season was over.
4 different races.
A scientist who worked for the Pentagon's UFO program for decades says he has seen evidence that the U.S. is hiding the bodies of 4 different alien races that crashed on Earth. His name is Eric Davis. He's an astrophysicist specializing in advanced aerospace propulsion.
Maybe Men in Black's a documentary?
He's personally seen classified photos and records from the U.S. government that allegedly confirm the existence of ET life found in the wrecked UFOs that include at least 4 distinct different species, which the U.S. has now stored in top-secret facilities.
So Obama lied to us.
Did he?
I mean, they've all lied to us to a certain extent.
He said there's been no evidence of alien life.
You can't say it. You can't say yes. Well, we had the threat of COVID, and we ran out of toilet paper in a day. If you tell people that we have 4 different species who have crash landed on Earth?
Don't we want to see this?
I definitely want to see it.
What kind of aliens are
We're
they?
a bit of a jumpy species.
Yeah, we are.
We're a bit panicky.
Yeah.
Where's the toilet paper going to go if we found out aliens are here?
Well, also, are those races, is there outrage? Or are they
Yeah.
like, well, Don didn't come back.
Yeah, do they
I
know?
guess his journey
Are they
ended.
going to come look for their fallen brother?
Right. Like Independence Day 2 was actually a movie because they eliminated some of the soldiers. It just took them 20 years to get here. I can't help but wonder. Your number is 76.
76.
76. Is it the total receptions for one CeeDee Lamb last season for the Dallas Cowboys?
Okay.
Or is it the age that Dr. John Torrey passed away, the man who they named Torrey Pines Nature Reserve and Golf Course after?
San Diego trivia there.
San Diego.
He
I want to say more. Did
definitely
CeeDee get banged
had
up?
to split more with Pickens. So
I'm gonna go
say
Story.
Stat.
Give me Story.
Okay, let's do this. Your first dirt?
I'm Story.
Story.
Stat.
Story. Stat. Story. Stat. 75.
Yeah.
Logic
for
was
CeeDee
wrong.
Lamb.
Yeah, I thought it would have been more.
I knew it was down because Pickens was there.
Well, it wasn't just Pickens. He played 14 games, not the 17 that you can play. So he missed 3 games due to injury. Yes, Dr. John Torrey, who passed away in the 1800s, lived to 76 years old. And I went to the Torrey Pines Nature Reserve.
There you go.
I'm assuming it's right by the golf course. Is it close by?
Yeah,
or is
it's like a mile and a half away.
Skip and a jump
2 miles away for
Okay.
whatever it is. Great hiking trails all around. And it's a great nature reserve. You go up there and you can learn a lot about the history of it. And I basically was talking to this Hispanic lady, and I said, who's Dr. John Torrey? And she goes, well, he's this, this, this. And I go, but did he earn it? Or was he the white guy claiming to be here?
Honorary doctor? Or
And
did he actually
she
do it?
laughed. She thought that was funny. And she goes, I mean, he wasn't the first, but he was very involved in helping protect a lot of the species of trees, studying the biology, observing the animal life that lived around it. A lot of different trails are named after different doctors who advocated for conservation and not turning it into real estate or businesses. It's a beautiful park, Torrey Pines. And then the worst part was we have developed every city we go to now, we have decided we're going to visit the Costco. Because I always see different things at Costco.
Specific for the location.
But it's always online, and we never have these cool things. I want to see who has cool things at Costco.
They got a better Costco than us?
No, it's actually far worse.
Really?
It
That
looks-
makes me feel good.
It looks like a warehouse, not a Costco building. There was nothing different there that we didn't have.
Good.
I didn't like it at all, but about 2 miles from the Torrey Pines Nature Reserve, it's the golf course. And, brother, when you're not playing it but driving by it,
tough.
It's the saddest erection of your life. You're like, well...
Find somebody from San Diego to get you on that resident rate, dude.
I was going to stop in and buy a ball marker, and then I thought, no, I'm not buying anything from there unless I play it.
Exactly.
It's funny, I've always thought about the bit from Curb Your Enthusiasm where he picks up the prostitute to drive in the HOV lane to get the Dodger Stadium a little bit quicker because he needs the passenger.
God, the HOV lane. I got a whole thing on that.
The bit in San Diego would be going to a local driving range and offering to pay for something. Like, are you a resident here? Do you want to go play 18 holes
Do you
with me?
have- do you need a single?
Do you have a car? I got one if you want to come play. Can you hook me up? I'll take you to the course if you want to go.
Your number is 30.8. 30.8. Is it the career 3-point percentage for one Russell Westbrook? Or
Russ couldn't shoot that 3-ball.
is it the percentage of French fry fans who prefer McDonald's French fries over all other fast food? McDonald's, the favorite fast food franchise. It is National Potato Day.
Can I ask you a quick question on Russell Westbrook because we talked about him earlier?
Yeah.
Would you want to lose his, just thunderous athleticism to make him a better shooter?
No. That's what made him unique and stand out.
Agree.
What level of shooter am I making him? Trading in the athleticism.
Dame.
He's just Dame, but maybe a better defender.
Well, he's better than Dame all time.
Well, he wouldn't be if you took away athleticism to add to that, that's a benefit he has over Dame.
And Dame is super athletic,
but
he's
not to the level of Russ.
Westbrook.
But how much athleticism am I taking away to add to the shooting? Is he now Dame level athletic? Because then you're a bigger Dame.
Andre Miller.
52 points. I'm gonna go Story.
So it's
I think it was slightly.
30.8%.
I'm going to go slightly higher than that.
30.8%
for Russ.
Say McDonald's fries are their favorite fries.
God,
McDonald's fries are elite.
I'm
They are.
so afraid that this is a stat, and this is where people just don't like my guy. But I'm gonna go stat.
You said
story.
Russell Westbrook in 18 seasons, 30.8%. Half of his seasons sub 30%.
You know, when he started
shooting.
the league, won 3-ball league. Twos were
His
value.
second year in the league, he shot 22%.
Well, how many did he attempt?
He attempted 5.6 per game. No, he attempted just over 1 per game.
Okay, so in 2008, I mean, we weren't shooting threes.
The
even
guy
back
played
then.
for nearly 20 years, man.
Yeah.
No, so yes, when in a recent survey, McDonald's, 33.6% of respondents said that they are their favorite fries. Arby's second. Big fans of the curly
Rightfully
fries.
so. That's the 1-2 in the big board.
13%. And then Chick-fil-A, Five Guys at 10%, Chick-fil-A at 9.75%, the waffle fries.
Five Guys is Burger King's getting disrespected here.
Burger King was next at 9.05, actually less than Wendy's. Wendy's slightly ahead of Burger King.
No, Burger King's so much better than Wendy fries. I could argue the fries at Burger King are the best thing on the menu.
It's been so long since I've eaten at a Burger King or a Wendy's or a Five Guys.
Well, I've seen they've totally reinvented or redone the Whopper. Now Burger King is
It's a
like
new Whopper?
They
Well,
got
they're
a
doing a
new
whole rebranding
CEO.
thing,
They're
yeah.
doing a whole rebranding
Call
thing.
us
but
to tell us what you need us
Yeah.
to make better.
Just have the
Redoing
ads of
the Whopper.
the King having a pick six in an NFL game.
They
What happened
killed
to
the
those?
King.
They killed the King?
Yeah,
the
King's
King is
gone.
dead?
You're the king.
You're the king.
I'm
You're
the king?
You're the king.
I'm the king?
You are the
That's
captain
right.
now.
We lost it. We got
Wow.
too caught up with our mascots and things. You're the king now.
I'll be the
It's all
king.
about
Whoa.
you, the customer.
As somebody that didn't have McDonald's for a long time, I've randomly had McDonald's like 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Hits the spot, doesn't it? Every time. Every time.
I had to
Quarter
walk
pounder
away.
with cheese.
Every time it does it not?
Dude,
Fills that hole is what
I
it does,
hate
buddy.
how much I like it. I hate it.
I'm that way as a
Sausage
fast food
McMuffin
eater.
with egg and a hash
Well,
brown.
I'm not
get
doing
you going.
pork anymore.
I'm that way as a fast food eater where I'll go like 7 months and not touch it. Any not just McDonald's, any fast food place, and then you'll have it and you'll be like, God, that was so good.
And then you just
and then like 10 days later, you're like, you
binge
know
like
what?
for a
What
week.
the hell?
You're
We
there
might as
every
well.
other day.
I've only had it once in the last 7 months. It's let's get it again, baby. Saturday story every Wednesday, a little bit later today. Let's wrap it up next on the Fam. Well, as we wrap up our show on a Wednesday, tomorrow we will have the Magic Hat. I got a couple of submissions I'm already feeling pretty good about.
But we have audio we need to put in that we didn't get to. Like, there were a couple of things we didn't get to today. The audio was great.
I have to kick some things down the old show sheet to tomorrow.
We didn't talk about Merritt Paulson.
We did not get to the Merritt Paulson audio.
What time did that come out yesterday? Because I only saw it late.
I saw it late at night last night.
The press conference was at noon.
Okay.
Because they hadn't formally had an introductory press conference for Martí Cifuentes.
Oh,
we got that.
The worst thing that could have happened is Ken Barkley commenting and complimenting you.
Why couldn't they just hire a coach with the name of Jim Ballmer?
Jim Ballmer.
So I don't have to hear all the accents and the roles.
It's Steve's brother, Jim Ballmer?
Steve, dude. It's Steve and Jim are out there, right? He's coaching the team.
I found his comments refreshing. You took it as like some...
He's absolutely going to ask for money from the city. Mark my words.
Well, didn't we find out they did spend money?
So they did get some, but I believe, now don't quote me on this because I don't follow it closely. I believe the majority of their news side was privately financed.
Yeah, he said it's private.
But they got about the same as what the Memorial Coliseum got, which is one of the arguments the Blazers have made, is that these ticket fee taxes are going to funding other arenas.
Isn't that $60 million?
I think it was $60 million.
That's a lot of money.
It was a lot of money. But to his credit, he did put in, I don't know if it was him. I don't know.
He said they've privately financed $125 million of renovations and upgrades.
He actually lives in Portland. I hear what you're saying, but
I think the next ask is going to be, we want to redo the other side of the stadium now. The older side, we got the new side. You can't do anything with the MAC side because the MAC's not going anywhere. But it's the other side in the press spot. Like, that's the next phase for them that they're going to want to do.
I can't speak to what they do or do not want at the Timbers in the stadium. I would just say it was nice to have kind of both of it. It was both.
Yeah.
If you're going to own a team here, like, this is a community that wants you to care and care about them. And also, Portland's got real problems. This should be a wake-up call to get our heads out of you-know-whats. And
having sports teams with big followings and things to do, it matters for the quality of life and all that stuff included. So I got no issue with it.